Welcome back, and welcome back. Oceanic Resurrection. We are so back, and I am your host, Hallow833, and it is my absolute pleasure to introduce my fellow casters for tonight. Your play-by-play Mercury casts. Mercury, how are you doing tonight?
Oh man, I am so excited to get into things. It's the final day of groups. Pretty much everything is on the line for every single one of these groups. I'm so excited to get into the action.
And it's going to be some heated action. I also have to introduce my backup for yesterday and a beautiful host at that, an even better caster, Blue Panda. How are we feeling tonight?
Oh, look, there's been some drama in the Oceanic Resurrection tournament. Last minute substitutions, kind of the classic when it comes to the last week of the group stages. You just to make sure that the drama is built up as high as possible. So there could be some fun new faces coming into play. I don't know if that last minute sub's going to hold or whether we get those intended players to come through, but the stakes could not be higher, especially with the potential of so many multiple way ties in each of our groups.
Yeah, it's always chaotic and os as we take a look at our group stage and what a lineup we have here. A little reminder of the tournament structure for anyone that doesn't know. TOR is a 16-team fearless tournament, and this is the last day of group stages. Teams will be sent home tonight. I have to tell you right now, there is a high chance of ties working in three-way ties coming in tonight, which will be decided, the outcome of which will be decided by the shortest game time by average. Let's look at today's lineup of matches. It's going to be an insane showing. We start with Group A, coached by Woodon versus the Maplers. Now, if coached by Woodon wins, they're completely out of the stage and are safe. However, if they lose, we're going to be looking at a three-way tie, and that's just our first of the night, because we get into Group B, La Passione versus the Chudlings. Now, if La Passione wins, they're safe. However, if they lose, we got another three-way tie. Ending in Group C, we got Amp Enjoyers, or AMP Enjoyers, however you prefer, versus High Heel Steel. Now, both are one-on-one. Whoever wins goes through. But what's really important is they're both without their best player. We have got it confirmed that we don't have Nonal and we don't have Lycea. We'll talk about that in a second because those are a little bit interesting. Finally, though, in Group D, we've got Ark and Chingu versus UNSW Hal. Now, in this case, if UNSW Hal wins, they are free to the playoffs. However, if they lose, we have our third and final three-way tie, also with Rush Hour and Ark and Chingu. I mean, this is pretty hectic how this has ended up. What do you fellas think about how many ties we've got going on here?
I mean, there's a very real chance that we could see Chudlings and Ark and Chingu in a playoff series, especially after we wanted them in the same group. I mean, that would be such an incredible story, but a long way to go for both of those teams to get to that point. I mean, I never thought coming into last week that all of these teams would still be this close.
Yeah, I mean, look, the fact that the only team that's away and clear in the group stage is the Rich Dynasty is rather surprising.
The sole exception of Rich Dynasty, of course.
Yeah, I don't know how that's it. I knew that there was going to be a highly competitive competition. I knew that there were going to be teams trying to prove themselves, those young up-and-comers that are hungry for that opportunity to prove themselves. But I didn't expect it to be Rich Dynasty, the only one away and clear coming into the final play day of the group stage.
I really think it's kind of crazy because, in terms of what TOR is and what we've sort of discussed, a big fear of TOR, especially was with these pre-made groups, of just these sort of god teams coming in and just stomping and sweeping the whole tournament. But as you can see from how many ties, how many sort of chaotic mashups have happened, no one could have expected any of these outcomes. And it shows how varied OSA's sort of talent is. We have so many people with so much talent that you create so many different groups and games. And I'm so excited to watch this first game. I'm going to leave it up to you boys. I'm going to be at the edge of my seat for this one. Praying for no ties, but let's see. Good luck.
Thank you, Hallow. I'm looking forward to our first champ select of our last day of groups here. We got a lot of shakeups incoming. I mean, we saw the draft yesterday. Let's get to the rosters today for this match. Your eyes are not deceiving you. On the side of Coached by Woodon, that is Massimo in the jungle, taking over for Zookeepers. What do you think about that, Billy?
Max, his close friends call him Max. My good friend Max, coming in to play jungle by Coach by Water. I've known this guy for over a decade now, and I saw his name as a sub on the roster. And I've been giving him a little bit of stick throughout the entire tournament, saying, "When are we going to get to see play? Come on, man, come on, just get on the rift. We got to make something happen." And it might just happen here today. Get him onto the rift with the rest of this Coach by Water roster. They've got everything to gain here and so much to lose. So they need to get it done. They need to get it done cleanly. Because with the way the tiebreakers work, the general consensus is you can lose, but you've got to drag it out for as long as possible. And we've seen pretty consistently throughout this tournament, Mercury, that betting on a loss to make it into the next stage of the tournament is probably going to end with you eliminated.
Yeah, probably not ideal overall. And I will say, every time that I've cast Coach by Woodon, which is once, they've won. So we'll have to see how they go this time around, especially with that substitute. We should know their name if we are high elo, which I'm sure some of the people in chat are, but I'm certainly not. As we head into Champ Select for our first game of the night, we'll have to see what is going to be banned away to start things off. We're expecting that Rise. It has been, I believe, perma-banned all throughout. Varus, Orianna, these power picks are still incredibly potent. So I'm expecting to see that coming into this draft. Anything that you're expecting seeing these players?
I don't know. It's hard to say. Obviously, again, the grassroots scene does allow that uniqueness in terms of what you are going to be playing on the Rift. Pretty consistently, we have seen Prio around the likes of the Orianna, the Rise in the mid lane. We are seeing more of a Prio around those slightly longer range bot laners. Yunara in particular, as it's banned away by the mate, was probably being the highest Prio bot lane that we have seen, at least over the last couple of matches. But it is sort of a mixed bag. I mean, we saw Ma absolutely shutting down Ma, the troll of the Oceanic Resurrection tournament, absolutely shutting down Rise time and time again. It's going to be banned out this time by Coach of Woodlands. They don't want Imogen to have it at all. But, I mean, you can respect it. We know what a Rise can turn into if given the room to do so.
And we've seen E-Hop on a number of these picks as well. As the Orianna, there it is, going to be banned away. They don't want the first pick there from Woodon to be that. We saw a very interesting draft last time around. I believe it was, God, I forgot, what did we see Woodon play last week? It was an incredibly, my mind is completely blanking. I'm not sure why. Anyway, we'll get back to the bans here. Braum, going to be that last one away, taking that away from Soli. Very interesting for a first round ban. It was the Ribbon, I believe.
Yeah, well, I mean, it speaks to that maybe Coach by Woodon are looking towards more of a pokey comp. Braum naturally does deny a lot of that poke with his door, shield, whatever skin. He's running the kebab spinner, depending on which one you've got.
The bank
Rumble
bolt
being banned away makes a lot of sense. Maple is banning out to 3 very, very strong picks in terms of what we're seeing currently being played. And Ashe. So this signals to me that Reela and Gavin are looking for that Ashe Seraphine lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And taking away that Braum as well. Good choice if they know that they were going to go for it. Because you can block a lot of that. We're seeing another Jhin first pick. Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of this champion.
Ooh, okay.
We both know.
I'm slightly more sold now. So, the problem I have with Jhin is he is a support bot laner. He is not a carry bot laner. His job is he's that execute. That's naturally inherently built into his kit. So you need high damage coming out of your other lanes, your other roles, and then this Jhin that can then sit as that artillery on the back line. Okay, so it's not even an Ashe Seraphine. It's going to be an Ashe Nautilus, which, look, Gavin, go for it, champ, do you. But yeah, I mean, you want high damage, and Bessa naturally, inherently does a crazy amount of damage, so it's going to do a lot to help this Jhin out. Not to mention, the Deadly Flourish public execution combo means that whoever's caught by it is going to be stuck there for a darn good long time. The problem being is Jhin is now looking down the barrel of a Jarvan Nautilus and an Ashe. Like, this is going to be a tough game for sure for Masesa, but with a Leona as well, that does give him a bit of space.
Absolutely, it does. I imagine that they're probably going to throw everything that they've got at this bot lane, especially seeing this Mbessa. It hasn't been locked into either jungle or top lane. Probably going to be top lane, you would imagine, at this point. You want that solid, consistent, high health, high damage top laner with so many resources to work with to really get on top of this Ashe. there isn't really a whole lot of damage just yet for Woodon. So we'll have to see exactly how this comp continues to develop. Akali going to be banned away, and the Zehen as well. So wanting to get more favorable matchups for that Mbessa if it is going top lane.
Aurelia as well. Now, keeping in mind, so I've known Massimo for a good long time. He is playing an autofill role, by the way. He is not traditionally a jungler. Traditionally, he has been either a mid laner
Jarvan's
or a
perfect
bot
for that.
laner. So Jarvan, yeah, pretty no-brain, pretty simple, hard to mess up. And it's really going to put him through his paces and to see how well he can help, coached by Woodon, get this over the line, of course. Azir in the mid lane, Nah top for Woodon. Now, I suppose it's worth talking about. It has been played jungle in the last couple of days. It was by CBLOL, and it started the game 0-3. So there's a good reason it hadn't been played for nearly 15 years before that point. Ahri in the mid lane for EHOP. So far, they've got a really decent comp. Synergistically, it's not the most impressive, but there you go. So Xin Zhao on the other side means that it is going to be Ambassador top. So far, I mean, look, this draft that the Maplers have put together for themselves does reasonably well with the Jhin. It's not the most explosive damage, but it is going to have enough coverage that this Jhin does find value.
Absolutely. We saw this Ahri being used to tremendous effect last time around. But these immobile AD carries are going to have a lot of work to do. The Azir, all of the engage potential on coached by Woodon. There is so much at their disposal as we will get into game number 1 of the final day of group stage. We'll have to see how these teams continue to develop this early game. Not expecting too much out of the ordinary.
Yeah, I mean, especially to state the game, you're not looking for those early invades because it can just put you in such a horrendous position. So it'll just be early vision. There is potential for a lot of scrapping around the rift with both these drafts.
Yes, absolutely there is. And those early skirmishes that we've seen in the bot lane probably tend to favor coached by Woodon a whole lot more, especially with that lethal tempo. The Ashe early game is something that you cannot really discount, especially landing that early chip onto the bone plating. And the fourth shot doesn't even do that much damage at this point. See how that goes.
Yeah,
Pretty standard clearing.
No, he is a bit of a lane bully early on with that bouncing grenade with the Deadly Flourish and Leona. It is just going to make it a little bit harder for Reela to actually play this lane, but obviously, if they trade back comfortably and Mosesa can't pump out that punishment, it very much bucks that trend of how this lane should be going. And Mosesa far more focused on last hitting compared to his lane opponent.
Yeah, and especially without that heal as well, going to be very difficult because the cleanse, it will stop the damage over time from the burn, but it won't stop the grievous wounds. So, has to be kept at the front of mind here for Mosesa for solely in this bot lane as Gavin is continuing to put up that pressure with this hook, force him off. So much CS already lost. Some of it's going to be slowly eked away here in the top lane. Yumayushi, no, it is Chuppa Chups. Just back and forth, getting some grasp stacks. Loves that.
Oh, cheeky invade here on Massimo's jungle, but if nothing else, Emahan does just get that ward down. Gavin coming through Rome up, trying to contest some of that vision. This is a level 2 Nautilus.
Could be in a little bit of trouble here. Has the Aftershock to work with, but Han could be in a lot of... Hang on a moment. Ignite to come on through. Flash over the wall. Conqueror fully stacked for Massimo. Another flash over the wall, and Emahan's going to find the first. The fourth shot does so much damage. And finally, Soli will find another one. I don't know where Reela was on the
recall
back at the end of it also. Yeah. Not a great situation to start things off from coached by Woodon.
I mean, EHOP as well had lane prio that entire time. Didn't even come down to an assist. Sully.
A flash. Might land something. Just out of range. So Will, with the double buffs, level 3 Leona at this point is nothing to joke about.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of tools to enable this Maplers roster, but I think EHOP potentially selling the farm a little bit there comes down. Might have even been able to mop up even more kills, even at this early stage of the game. But yeah, just the timing not there at all for coached by Woodon with the recall coming. Oh,
Gavin lands a lot of damage. Still in level 2 at this point, but that's going to put Reela in a much more favorable position here. Yeah, not exactly sure what the
Oh,
plan
boy.
was, but Massimo's here. So is Han. Let's see who lands who first. Flag and drag. CC, and the chain is there. Reeler gets one. How much further can they go, though? Because now Han is here. Big chunk of damage on towards Gavin, but hasn't fallen down just yet. Aftershock, and the lethal tempo is fully stacked. They're going to hand the double buffs right over towards this Ashe, and suddenly the pendulum swings once again, and coached by Woodon, off to the races.
That's my boy Max in autofill jungle role.
Yeah.
He's going to be pretty happy with himself there. Like I said, it's not a position that he's used to being in. He's usually the mid, he's usually the bot lane. But on the jungle, he's definitely got it down at the moment. He's had some great rotations, even falling, unfortunately, early, giving over those double buffs to Soli. But what a gank, coming to that tri-brush, recognizing there was just no vision there whatsoever. Even if it was a gamble and he wasn't sure, it pays off in a big way. They get the kill on a Mosesa. They then bait Soli into getting too aggressive onto Gavin, who then turns around, lands the hook, and they just hand a second kill off to Reelers on this Ashe. And that's exactly where you want to be an Ashe to be. If not even, then ahead. And Reelers currently 600 gold ahead.
Yeah, picturesque start for this team after a bit of a fumble earlier on. See how much further they can go. Dragon just about to spawn, but it is the Cloud, so not a whole lot of priority towards that. If you're Maplers, you would like to get it though. Try and hamper this Ashe as much as possible, because as we saw yesterday, this Ashe can prove to be an incredible nuisance once that Stormrazor comes online. Massimo continuing to stack things up. A few camps behind, but overall not in a terrible position, as the role quest is about even overall.
Yeah, I mean, enabling your bot lane to get that double kill, certainly going to make up for that little bit of a disparity. But he is doing what he can, clearing those camps, contesting those scuttles as well. So he is proactive on the Rift. Old Chubba Chub's up in the top lane, losing out, as you would expect in this range versus melee matchup, but down in the bot lane.
A big chunk of damage, making most of these double buffs while they land. E-Hop's finally here, lands the Q on both of them. Foxfire, that's the kill, going to be secured. A third on the board for this Ashe. The roam from the mid lane is clean.
Great. I mean, you've had lane priority for such a long time now on this Ari. It's pretty easy to achieve. So why not turn that into an advantage? And they've done just that. Look, bot lane, look to exploit what is essentially two very immobile champions. Unless that flashes up, there's really no room for them to get out of these danger positions.
Fun, hard situation to really get anything done on the map here for Maplers. Top lane constantly getting pushed in. Really hard to find anything mid for Azir at this point. So they're going to have to settle for this Cloud Drake. Doesn't have the upgrade smite, so it's going to take a little bit longer to get that done this time around. What is the trade is the question here for Coach by Woodon. Setting things up maybe for those grubs in a minute. A gank top, definitely a possibility here, as Woodon's going to get a few fruit to his name.
Quite the lane you want to gank, unfortunately, with Ambessa having 7. Now, unless Chubba Chups is really far pushed up, he's a little bit slippery, a little bit harder of a character to get locked down, of course, but deny those camps away from Han is a very, very smart call here from Massimo, trying to make sure that he equalizes best he can, if not hampering his opponent at the same time. And he's done just that. Spectacular stuff in terms of equalizing out what was a lane advantage. If a Charmlane's here, Imogen's in a bit of trouble, Cataclysm's there, but the side's better of it, knowing full well that Streamer Shuffle, the Empress Divide, could just throw this Jarvan right back into that waiting tower.
Yeah, especially with the Crescent Guard available for Han just over the wall. Doesn't want to get pushed back all the way to Narnia. See how this goes. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is online, so they can look for those cross-map plays if Reela has the presence of mind to land the shot up accordingly. Void Grub's going to come up, and Massimo on the other side of the map, so might just have to concede another objective on over towards Maplers. Although they haven't had too much of a chance to really push out any of these lanes now, so you're okay giving that up at this point. The Hawk Shot will confirm that as well, so continuing to apply the pressure in this bot lane as we see Massimo waiting in the alcove, clearing vision.
A lane gank here, the Enchanted Crystal area is going to be there. It does cost them the grubs, unfortunately. Hook does land.
Looking for a dive.
Oh,
Crystal Arrow comes through, depth charge, and the Cataclysm right into the back line. And that's a free kill if ever you've seen it. Solely chunked low for the moment. With that armor shred. Hits level 6. Has to have the solar flare to worry about. Reeler tanking for the moment. Nice kill secured. And the juggling is clean. 6 on the board for Coached by Wood on at 9 minutes.
yeah, I mean, brilliant stuff. Reelers, who was already rampaging ahead, is now almost 1,500 gold ahead, in fact, over a Jin. 30 CS, 3 kills. This is possibly the worst position a Jin could find themselves in a game. At worst, you're wanting to go even as a Jin. You just want to sit there, happily take your farm and not overly get caught too much.
Ooh, Spirit Rush. Doesn't commit towards it. I think you should go for it in that situation, but not really too confident in the damage, which makes sense at this point. There's no Malignance yet available. Massimo, already putting up a good showing in these first 10 minutes in the jungle here for Coached by Woodon. Maybe Zookeeper's got a little bit of competition heading potentially into those playoffs.
I can pretty confidently say that I don't think Massimo wants to be locked in the jungle anytime soon. I think he's quite happy for it to just be a bit of a one-off visit.
Just a bit of a Jarvan merchant this game, and then hand the reins back over to Zookeeper. Love to see though, Dragon up in a little over 90 seconds. See what the prio is on that point. Don't know that they're on the ward, so they must know now. There's some vision nearby. Imogen could be in a bit of trouble. Cataclysm not available for another few seconds. Not going to commit towards that. Crystal Arrow, Death Charge, going to commit. Just try and do a little bit of damage. But Emma, the Han is here. This might be a situation they're not exactly anticipating. Flash away. Curtain call. Going to try and find the engage. Han's going in. Might find the kill potentially. The shutdown's there. But how much further does this go is the question. Cataclysm, good for one. Gavin falls down finally to the ignite. But it's still a 2 for 2 at the end of it all. Maybe looking for more. Flag and Drag has the combo, has the damage. That's a triple kill for Massimo in the jungle.
Damn it, Max. Stop showboating. Of course. It doesn't surprise me even in the slightest.
Like that, you deserve it.
It doesn't even surprise me in the slightest. He's usually pretty low-key, but if he gets going, he does like to arc up a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it looked like a disastrous turnaround there, but Gavin, to his credit, absolutely making this a prime opportunity for Massimo and eHop to get in position to assist on the regain. And they get themselves a pretty phenomenal turnaround there. A triple by the end of it for Massimo, as Mosessa just steps way too far forward with no flash to work with whatsoever. And a huge counter gank there.
Now they're going to continue to put up the pressure in the bot lane here. Imogen low, thanks to eHop. Has that Malignance online now, so going to be even more of a threat. I don't know how close this Azir is to that Nash's Tooth, but okay, finally we'll have it online, so it can deal a little bit more damage this time around. Is Dragon going to be secured? Han not in a position to contest that. So we'll be one apiece here for these as they go towards that soul. It will be Mountain Soul. Okay. I don't mind it.
Yeah, I think
it's going to
you get
help
a lot
out
more value on the side of Coached by Woodon.
Yeah, this Jhin is going to be completely irrelevant heading into that later stages if they can get this soul online. The Azir as well going to have a little bit of a tough time until that Leandries comes online. Doesn't have a whole lot of shred across the board.
Absolutely. And to his credit, Chop says been a bit of an island up here. Yeah, he's dipped down a little bit in terms of CS, but that is kind of to be expected. A range versus melee matchup, can be a bit of a lane bully if given that opportunity. And so, to his credit, on this Mbessa has weathered this as well as he can. Gavin looking for the Hex Flash play. And Charm the Crystal Arrow misses, but the Charm doesn't.
Almost interrupted the dash as well, so continuing to apply the pressure, maintaining this gold lead. It's down to 4k at this point. So they've clawed back a little bit.
A little, but not much.
A little bit.
Solid control here by Coached by Woodon. Mid and jungle and bot lane.
Wait, hang on.
Oh, he solo bowled him.
He soloed him. I'm telling you, eHop's Ari this entire group stage has been so lethal. He's got the power of that Faker skin channeling through him. It's crazy.
Exactly it. Meanwhile, again, that island of the top lane, both the Knight and the Ambassador, left to their own devices.
Goose eggs.
Not doing much of anything, but that's perfectly fine. They're just biding their time, looking for an opportunity to come and get involved in these team fights. That should be brewing at any point. Now, you look at these towers, and a few of them are prepped to go down. Specifically that one in the bot lane. Most Esther and Sully aren't going to be holding onto this lane for much longer.
No, especially not with that Herald up in 45 seconds. Arn has to play a bit defensively towards this bot lane, try and force something back for the lane. Woodon continuing to try and get towards that Triforce and make a little bit of a difference. Maybe push down that tower, get a few kills under his name. We'll have to see. Z-Hop continuing to just scale and scale. 4 stacks on that Dark Seal. We saw a Medjai's last time around.
I mean, to be a bold call, especially with a game this hectic. Chop's trying to do what he can, but it's a hard lane. Oh, wow.
Oh, almost gets the kill.
Just
Fraction.
not at all respecting the Gnar damage there.
Emihan's here as well, so he goes for a dive. It might be in trouble. Chris Lara is going to miss, and the hook will barely scrape on by like Neo. Now, Woodon could be in a bit of trouble, gets the movement speed. Might be able to get out, but the chain CC is there. The public execution lives up to its name. And then Mahan will find one. Flash, never mind, in mid lane. And E-Hop going to trade one of his own in the bot lane. We're just getting chaos all over the map here. Lethal tempo, stacking up the Ignite as well. They're going to dive on in towards this tower. Iron
Gavin.
Solari,
Good guy,
by a
Gavin.
bit of time. The tower's going to find 2. And Soli with the most kills on the team for this Leona. It's still a terrible situation to be in. 13-7. This game's going crazy.
Oh, good guy, Gavin. You got to give it to him. Tanking the tower there. Realist does pick up one. Both those kills. 4 kills. So more than half the team's kills here for the Maple is currently sitting in the pocket of Sully on this Leona. Probably the best Leona game that anyone has had in this tournament because of just the pure economics of it.
And barely has 200 gold more than this Nautilus.
Has 200 gold more than the Azir.
Yeah. Oh, this is a very invisible Emperor at the moment. In the mid lane as E-Hop on the hunt. Ult up in 5 seconds. He can taste it. Flash as well, available for Gavin. Looking for the hook, and it's just going to land this time around. Doesn't even need to commit it. Going to hand that one over towards Gavin. And suddenly, Soli doesn't even have that gold lead in bot lane anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's just absolute manhandling across the Rift Tower. About to go down in the top lane. Mazimo, he's on that Herald, has the Sundered Sky, working towards a Black Cleaver. He's only 11 gold down, while being 5-1-3, but in terms of impact on the Rift, kill participation, 8 of 14 kills.
First tower on the board here for Woodon as well, just continuing to accelerate that gold lead. Triforce in the pocket. Now, Villa could be in a bit of trouble here. Spot 3, Solar Flare is going to whiff. The root lands, Chain CC, the flash as well. And the kill secured. Gonna hand that one over to Emihan. How much can they get off of this is the question. Dragon is up. Massimo will have Smite in the moment. They don't really have a lot in the realm to try and contest this. I just have to give it up.
They will indeed. There's no reason to force it here. I think a little bit of greed there from Realiz could have well and truly got himself away from that position. If he just flashed off the Solar Flare, he would have been able to walk it out and been fine. But look, you live and you learn. Unfortunately, this flash is too late. Luckily, things aren't all that drastic. He's still 2.6k gold ahead of his lane opponent, 2.1k gold lead in the mid lane. He's still 700 clear of the next highest member. And then beyond that, 2.7k clear of the next highest on the team. It's only really Emahan that is putting up the jukes to fight this one out.
Madness at this point, and they're trying to find a way to stifle the bleeding here, to staunch the bleeding. If you're Maplers, what can you even do in this situation? Your bot laner is down a whole item. on this Ashe, who is only going to accelerate even more with this Kraken Slayer, with the PD. In the mid lane, Imogen can't really get much damage to get a kill on anyone at this point. You're going to have to rely on Han and Chupa Chups finding those ults, finding that pick onto someone of value. That's really your only chance of getting back into this.
Yeah, I mean, long odds. It is feeling like Sully and Gavin are about to meet each other. Imogen is there.
Might be in a bit of trouble, Gavin. Chain CC, but never mind. E-Hop's here, Spirit Rush. Might find the kill. Crescent Guard buying so much time. And now Reela could be in a bit of trouble. Flag and Drag comes on in. Imogen's going to fall on down. That's a reset for the Spirit Rush. How much further can they go? Necessa in trouble. Gets back into the tower. And E-Hop's on a killing spree. That's a double kill for the Ahri. And they clean up the fight.
A bit dicey for sure, but a 2 for 3. I think you quite happily take that at the end of the day. But look at how much they commit there just for a kill onto a Nautilus. Unfortunately, it does then result in Reela's going down. Doesn't have that flash, having wasted it down on the bot lane, getting caught out. And then from there, they come in, they mop up, and money going onto the Ahri is just absolute value. And once again, Soli is the one picking up these kills.
Yeah, it's a rough situation to be in for sure. 5 on the board here. 50% of the kill. Now for Maplers is on Soli, and look at that mountain of a gold graph continue to climb. As we head into the 20-minute mark.
Well, they are looking for wood
See how
on here.
things go.
Has the flash.
Trying to find
Should have the
something.
hop.
Snar is so incredibly potent here. Wind becomes lightning, could be in a bit of trouble, but flash to safety is there. No public execution to follow up. He used that before. So a lot of resources committed. They do get the flash out of it, but nothing else.
Oh, Imogen.
Hang on. Imogen's in trouble. Still one more over the wall. And the Foxfire to finish it off. Unstoppable here. Has the Medjais, has 14 stacks now. And this Ahri is going to tear through Maple.
It's already doing that. I mean, 6,000 gold lead combined between the bot and mid laner, but coached by Woodon. And, well, coached indeed. Look at it, 10.2k. What an arrow.
Crystal Arrow might be able to find something under the tower, but it's a bit too late to save Woodon. They will get that kill. They'll get the tower in top lane and maybe get a bit of a consolation prize. How much further can it go?
They get
the
so
question.
much
Is
cryo
E-Hop.
in mid and bot lane. E-Hop down here means they're just going to crash this wave in. And that's even more plate damage. They're going to take jungle away from Han as well. So the value that Coached by Woodon have found, even losing Woodon up in that top lane, is just huge. It's just crazy numbers. The proactivity that we're seeing out of this roster and what they're getting off the back of it is just really impressive.
E-Hop has 2.5 levels over Imogen. Let's see how far it goes though. Han finds the kill. Good shutdown secured. They catch him out of position. But how much further can they go with this? Sully doesn't have the Zenith Blade available just yet. Public execution is here. Lands on towards Gavin. They will find another pick, so a good catch here for Maplers. Will save them. Keep them in this game, especially with 50 seconds up on this dragon. Buys them a bit of space to work with. They may just go for the Baron.
Yeah, it's a call, especially with Massimo still up and available and Reela, who is a huge damage threat at this point. Not to mention the fact that Woodon is building up that rage bar right now. And a Mega Gnar in this situation could be the undoing of the Maplers.
It's here, 8.5k on this Baron. How far can they go? How do they turn this is the question. Soli in a lot of trouble, going to fall on down almost immediately. Gnar into the wall, lands onto Imogen. Akuma, rather Chupa Chups onto the backline, immediately gets charmed. Might be able to find something else, but look at this Ahri just tearing through the line. And that's a double kill on the board for the Ashe, a double kill for E-Hop. And they're going to turn on the Baron themselves.
That's my boy Massimo right there. Absolutely plays his life. Look at it. Huge ult here from Woodon. Jumps forward. Yeah, look, he only clips 2, but one of them being Imogen, who then has to run for his life. The Emperor's Divide in this situation could have been fight defining, but unfortunately because he was forced back having lost so much HP, and then Massimo on this Jarvan was sticking to him, all it's used on is to get that Jarvan away. Off the back of it, the team mops up and gets that Baron for themselves. A 9k gold lead at 23.5 minutes. And boy, what a game for an autofill jungler to be having.
Absolutely, and now They get out on the map even before the rest of them with the Baron. Might be able to try and find Soli or at least burn him down a little bit. Khan going to be spotted. They're getting a lot of vision here towards this lane. No flash available for this Leona. They're just going to catch him out for free. And now how far can they go? Curtainful to the side trying to find the angle. And it will be real finally going on down after the public execution goes wide. Chupa trapped in the Cataclysm for now. The execute, the double kills here for E-Hop. He's hunting for more. Imogen on the run, and that's a third. Might look to find 4. Another Spirit Rush, a charm to the face, and that's a quadra kill for the mid lane.
Oh my lord, Real is, despite being so fed, all he's really doing is just drawing all that attention away from the Maplers to enable E-Hop to just be this monster in the middle of team fights. 11, 1, and 7, fully stacked Medjais, a 5.3k gold lead in that mid lane alone. 28,000 damage dealt, more than double the Azir that he was laning against.
A cheat code, it looks like. Oh my god, this Ahri is off the charts and has been all group stage. And yeah, Soli, as we check this replay, is caught out of position. They do get the trade onto Reeler at the very least, but the fight is just nowhere. You're not able to find your damage dealers are completely isolated.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. What on the entire time? Just zoning out both your bot and mid lanes. The Azir, the Jhin, just can't do anything there. And Gavin body blocking Imogen to allow E-Hop to come in and find that kill. And poor Mozessa, once again, too close for comfort, just gets caught out. Oh. Yeah, really needs to work on that ultimate of his.
In a bit of trouble as Solar Flare goes wide as well. Charm lands. Look at that burst damage. And they're going to hand it over to Reeler for good measure. Flashes out of the Cataclysm. They're just going to continue to up the pressure here. 30 seconds left on this Baron.
Oh my lord.
That's going to be Imogen caught out by the Gnar ult. Looking for more, and that's a kill for Woodon. Pushing in towards this top tower now. How much further can they go? Massimo just BMing in their face as another depth charge lands. Looking for more public execution. Not going to find it. The burst damage. E-Hop gets another godlike. Looking for more. Han, the only left standing, is going to fall just like that all the same. 33 kills for the team. And they're going to look to end it all off.
A massive game by Coach for Woodon. They lock it in. Absolutely a done deal for them as they secure top of Group A uncontested, as they will qualify themselves for a spot in the playoffs bracket.
6-2-19 for the auto-fill jungler of Massimo. You will remember his name as he locks his team into playoffs in that first seed. There will be no tiebreaker in Group A. It is done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, look, the guy, to his credit, he is a really, really solid player, even in an autofill role. The guy has been grinding the game for the better part of, since he's been playing as long as I have, so since Season 2, and has consistently achieved quite a high level of play in Oceania. Look, he's not challenger, but he's consistently sitting around that Diamond Master set, area, even casually. So, I mean, in terms of autofills, there are a few that you could ask for better than someone like Massimo, who is just, when it comes to situations like this, dedicated. You ask him to pick up that mantle and do the job that he needs to do, and he'll give it his best.
Incredible performance, especially, I mean, the entire team had an incredible performance. Gavin keeping up that pressure in the bot lane. I mean, we can't sing their praises enough, even in the top lane. Woodon didn't have too much of an impact, but was that solid laner overall. And they will be our number 1 seed from Group A going into playoffs. Team Capybara now locks that second place at 2-1. So Group A is done and dusted. We've got 3 teams absolutely locked for playoffs. And I think by the end of the night, we should have all of them locked. I'm hyped.
Look, it will be an interesting one to see how things round out. But yeah, Coach by Woodon, there were questions, but I think they've solidly answered us to, was there really ever a risk of a 3-way tie? No, not really. When they get stuck in, when it comes to crunch time, they pull up in a big way. And we saw that pretty evidently throughout the way they controlled the momentum of that game. They were proactive, looking to make those plays. They enabled this monstrous Ashe to come on through and come into its own. And from that point on, the game was pretty much in the bag.
1 game finalized, 3 more groups to be decided tonight. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back for game number 2 shortly. So don't go anywhere.
game to start us off with. Very fun, very exciting. I've got to speak a little bit about the players. That sub, that fill-in. Panda, what did we think?
No, we can't talk about him. His head's big enough already. It's just the guy does not need the encouragement. No, but Max coming in, a good friend of mine, is just someone who will always step into that position if given the opportunity. If asked to, he will always step up. And I think he did pretty well that game. I chucked him a couple of messages. He said, "Yeah, look, I just saw exactly what the Xin Zhao was trying to do. I matched it as best I could, and I came out a bit better on top at the end of the day." And man, he really did so much to enable the rest of the team off the back of what apparently wasn't even his pick. Apparently, the jungler that he was subbing in for came in at the last second, picked the champion before realizing that actually he can't play because he's already been subbed out. So, in that situation, I think that's a phenomenal achievement.
Yeah, and I heard Mercury, you were talking about E-Hop as well, performing so well. As we can take a look at this next map roster, but tell me about E-Hop's performance. What do you think of that?
I mean, this is the second time I've cast E-Hop's Ahri, and it's evergreen. It looks even better this time around. I don't know what he does, but this is going to be a permaban against E-Hop going into playoffs. It has to be at this point. We look towards game number 2. Yeah, I'm excited.
Speaking of permabans, I mean, Braddles, we see him on the board. Are we allowing him that Swain? We absolutely are not. But you've got some really other good picks that you need to ban out as well. We can see Kaj there. Kajimo putting on such a good performance. From these past couple games, we've got Arya in the jungle on the side of La Passion. Chudlings, though. Jabo Shushu, Saw as well. Saw's Oriana, really efficient. You know, getting every piece of CS, getting so many good sort of always hitting multiple members of the team with those Oriana ults. And I'm interested to see if we maybe get another control mage pick. What are you guys looking for here? Specifically you, Panda, what player are you looking for here in this game?
Oh, I mean, personally, junglers, not even just off the back of that last game, but we've seen how impactful they can be. That plus the support macro play. So that jungle support pairing, obviously they're not running around together playing off each other, but the way that they interact on the map, the way that they're consistently moving around, controlling that vision, maxing momentum, it is sort of just this unnoticed symphony in the early stages of the game. So I'm excited to see what the jungle and support players can do here.
I remember specifically Arya with that big invade in the last game they played. I'm wondering if we're going to get something like that again. I'll leave it up to you guys as we might get into draft, but good luck. This is going to be a good game.
I'm so excited to get into game number 2, especially after everything that we saw in our first, our amuse-bouche, our entree for that. I'm excited to see what the main course looks like, and chat has been hyping up Kajamo all throughout this break. So I'm super excited to get into it. La Passione and Chudlings, playoffs lives on the line. La Passione last week took down MUE. So definitely a bit of a powerhouse coming into this match.
Absolutely. Renekton. It's not a champion that you would often see banned away, but taking it from Zayla up in that top lane, it's a reasonably safe pick. It does well blind to most matchups, but obviously they don't want it to be much of an issue. Obviously, if you're S-Knight, it's a very drastically different story after how things went yesterday, but today is a new day. Ambassador as well taken away. Xin Zhao taken from Urgeran in the jungle.
Yeah, and that Ambassador ban as well. You can imagine Light was probably going to go for that after the Renekton ban, trying to set themselves up for that in the first round. Let's see how the rest of these bans go, though, because Braddles, the Swain is still up. They definitely have that available to them. Ziggs to come on through. We saw that first round last weekend, so definitely up for it. The Nocturne coming through. These are some very interesting bans overall. Definitely not what you expect to see in the first stage.
Yeah, I mean, from my experience, Ziggs can be played quite well as an AP carry down the bot lane. We have seen it in the past, specifically in the LCP, as a counter to the likes of Azir, just because of in terms, outranges the Azir and is able to just punish so heavily. Syndra as well. So a mixed bag of priority when it comes to that ban phase in terms of what's available. Oriana stands out to me, very much up and available, and still plenty of pairings. Talon coming through. It's ironic that we see, the jungler for this roster, La Passion, named Arya. Arya, obviously, also the name of the former DFM player, now transitioning over to SHG. But if we take it back to DFM, the jungler that they brought in, Citrus, was phenomenal on the assassin junglers. Loved his Talon. So potentially a bit of a Japanese connection there.
Yeah, interesting to see that first pick. I'm excited to see where this goes. It's going to be the Ari Pantheon for that mid jungle duo to be locked in. A very powerful combo there. I'll have to see what is picked in trade, right? The Oriana's still up. You can combo the ult pretty nicely with the Talon. Obviously, that Swain, that pick is still up and available as well, and it will be locked in. So it will be available for that mid lane. And it's pretty good at not only spotting out a lot of area, but also being able to have that control with the never move. It's going to prevent Saw from doing a fair amount in this lane. It's complex. Going to have that Karma on lock. So overall, not a terribly tanky team so far. Saw and Erdogan could still just mow through.
Yeah, I'm mildly perplexed at the draft so far from the Passion. You have an Oriana just free, like just free, and Talon synergistically an incredibly scary champion with Oriana off the back of the ultimate there. But I mean, look, they opt for Swain. Swain historically is a champion we see more often than not picked into something like the Galio in the mid lane, and just does phenomenally well as that drain tank. But it is what it is. So far, the Chudlings have, to me, at least a little bit more of a scary draft. They've got an Ari Pantheon combo in the jungle mid lane, which is just notoriously scary. As soon as that charm lands, if there is a potential shield vault angle there for Urdrad, chances are whoever's caught by it is more than likely dead. And then you pair it with the stat stick of Varus in the bot lane.
Now they could, if they wanted to, they could put Pantheon bot, have that support in the bot lane, maybe run press the attack or something, and just really be able to burst down this Karma. It's definitely a possibility. We'll have to see exactly what the pick is available though, as we head in towards. Never mind, it will be the Nami, so immediately that is shut down, and they're going to give counter pick to that top lane. How does Lepassione round out this very unorthodox draft here? 80 carries still available. We've still got the Yunara. Yunara Karma is a pretty solid combo. The Sivir as well is good with that wave clear and definitely powerful at stopping a lot of that, especially if it is the lethality caster Varus, stopping a lot of the damage output of that bot.
Volibear. So it could be Volibear jungle and Talon top. I would have imagined that it's probably going to be the classic, that the Team Secret Rails pun Volibear top lane. That just makes more sense that it's going to be Talon.
Yeah, Na's still open though if they do want to go for that counter in the top lane. It's a very, very hard matchup for the Volibear to play.
I'm mildly perplexed at a number of things in this draft. I mean, you've got the Varus Nico combo open, up and available.
Ooh, Jax.
Jax being up in the top lane. Jax into Volibear. Okay. I mean, it shouldn't be a complete blow up, but realistically, this isn't going to be a runaway lane for either of those. Volibear should do reasonably well in the Jax. Obviously, has enough in his kit that isn't just auto attacking, so that counter strike only gets so much value. Oh, I don't know. I really don't know what to make of this one here in Group B.
I think this draft to me speaks of just wanting everyone to be on their comfort, because this is that final game of this group, right? Wanting to be that comfort and just say, we're going to outmatch you in the keyboard. That's all that matters to us this game.
Minions have spawned.
Well, Erdran throws a spear. First blood drawn, Brattles. Shame.
Game's over.
Yeah,
just like that.
He has been... Okay, it's lethal tempo Jax.
That's actually pretty it's pretty solid, because it does allow you to get that passive up and running even faster. You see it a lot in the jungle as well, so it does allow for quite a lot of a burst that you're not ever really expecting to come through as soon as it is, and especially into that Volibear, who is going to grasp, who won't have the damage to really counter a lot of these lanes. I can see it actually being quite a nuisance here in this laning phase if the trades end up happening. That is the question. Well, here we go.
Oh, counter strike in. Offers to Volibear. Cops a hockey stick to the face.
Doesn't mean that you won't be too tanky. You're missing out on the grasp that you're stacking up throughout the lane phase. We'll have to see if that trade-off is worth it in the end here. Nothing crazy this time around bot lane. Level 2 going to probably go in favor of Lepassione first. They will have that available. little bit of burst damage onto this Varus, but nothing else. Nothing major. They're just going to push on.
Yeah, I mean the natural pushing power that River will always have, and
Nice trade back and forth there. The electrocute definitely helping out in this mid lane as Bradl's showing why this pick is his favorite. Top lane Light.
special.
Yeah, Light getting pushed in a little bit. Finally hit the level 3 and can start to trade back with that W. Just in a stable position otherwise, trying to stack up the grasp as much as he can.
Down the bot lane. It's a cheeky recall from Kajima. It's another interesting one. Kajimo. It'd be
I'm going to say Kajimo, yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to ask, because it could be, along the lines of Spanish Kajimo.
Yeah, true.
Slightly different J, but there's a good chance we'll never know unless we ask him. So if we don't ask him, it'll always just be Kajimo.
Schrodinger's bot. That's what it is at this point. As we'll have to see how the rest of this goes, as both of the solo lanes for Chudlings getting some pretty solid pushes in here. Arya not really in a position to get much pressure down on these lanes or alleviate any of that. You're going to trade Scuttle for Scuttle. Slightly ahead for Erdogan. Maybe looking for the dive here. Braddles might be in trouble. Good flash. And how much longer does it save him is the question. The Foxfire picks up the kill. It's a perfect dive. And first blood goes over the Chudling.
Yeah, I mean, a bold read there from Erdtran, and he's rewarded for it. Braddles had no idea that there was something lurking in the wings. Flashes away. He thinks he's in a great spot to potentially turn this one around and soar. And unfortunately, Arya, there is no wall between him and the mid and jungle duo of the Chudling, so he can't jump over and get himself closer to try and snipe away any of those kills.
The top lane. Okay, experience lead going to be gained here for Light, and that's a big burst of damage. Now they might have the capability to dive this here. Arya, again, doesn't really have a wall at his disposal. He's going to come through and force him off the recall. Dashes on in, tries to find something. Counter-strike follows through. Doesn't land the kill. And that's another trade. A solo bolo for the Volibear in the top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a messy one. And you can see that Zayla thought he had the opportunity for a counterplay there. Unfortunately, was not the case. And falls. And Arya, all he can do is sit there and watch as he jumps over the wall. As he was finding out that he was not needed.
Bot lane, this Sivir is continuing to stack things up. Got that cull early. Very early, in fact, and is going to start getting closer towards that cash out. Already has pretty significant 200 gold lead. How much further can it go is the question. Saw under tower. This Complex is looking for that Mantra Q. Does a surprising amount of damage, especially with that Scorch in the early game, but just not able to find anything on that just yet. Erdogan spotted, heading towards that river.
Never lead up the top lane.
Stormbringers to come on through. Big chunk of damage. Forces out the ward jump as well. And this Volibear is just mogging in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it out of Team Secret Wales in the LCP. Pun was for some of these champions that had been, considered top tier. And then suddenly it clicked. They let him bring out his Volibear, which he seems to love, and he just does absolute work with it. And we're seeing much the same out of Light right now.
Where do they go from here is the question. Erdogan has the passive fully stacked up. No flash available. Doesn't really have a reliable way to get onto this carry here. And going to be forced off now for the moment. Vision of the Empire buys a little bit of space and vision. But the Pantheon will get out all the same. Scuttle going to be secured for the side of Lepacione though. And they're going to thwart that attempt to get this bot lane in a decent position here. Jaber, it's a rough lane for sure.
Yeah, I mean, with that Shadow Assault up and available, it means that Arya can be a little bit slippery coming into these ganks. You need to be head on a swivel at all times, because otherwise suddenly Talon screaming at you with a bit of Noxie and diplomacy. Right now, a cheeky dragon take from Arya. It's going to take him a little while, but he's going to get it done. Unfortunately, Erdran, not even 6, on the other side of the rift, isn't going to be able to contest it whatsoever.
First dragon of the game. And Infernal at that. One of these dragons that everyone on the team will enjoy. Mountain up next. So I imagine they're going to be looking hungrily towards that objective. This top lane is... Oh, it's a bit of a disaster, that's for sure here. Doesn't get the empowered, thanks to that counter-strike, but burns a long cooldown for it. Demonic Ascension going to be burned out here as well as that Spirit Rush. I believe Pantheon ult as well. Let's see how far things go. Rattles could be in a bit of trouble, but no flash just yet for Erdogan. Gets the soul back. Takes a spear while he's at it.
Here comes Zarya.
Erdogan could be in a bit of trouble. Ult is available here for this Pantheon. So for this Talon rather. No E available. Going to be forced flash. Takes the Raptors as you like. Potentially could be caught out now. Hang on a moment. Has to leap over the wall, but gets the wrong direction. Ult going to be used. Doesn't get out. Barely manages to. Brattles pushes forward. The auto attack is enough to get one at least in trade. 2 for 2 on the board here for the kills.
A bit of a lead, but the vast majority up in that top lead. I mean, a 24 CS lead on top of that kill as well. Light is having a phenomenal game and getting flashbacks to last night. Poor S-Knight's Renekton and just not even able to step up in lane without the threat of death. And it's feeling like Zayla on this Jax might be getting dangerously close to that point into Light's volley bear.
Jamo playing with fire. Ult is still available for Jaber. The bubble lands. Has the spell shield.
Oh, wow.
Trouble, never mind. Oh my gosh. Those boomerangs are crazy. Now Jaber's going to be in trouble. Lands it. Oh! And the arrow as well. We'll find the counterpart. Bit of disrespect there, and it is punished. Will be traded back.
Something tells me Jaber is an old school Call of Duty montage enthusiast.
Oh, hang on, Brattles. Immediately obliterated here in the mid lane. Nice charm there, good timing. The sword to punish. They take their first kind of gold lead of the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does mean that both major neutral objectives go the way of La Passione as Zarya secures the dragon, and then the Grubs as well. Erdogan, yeah, look, finding some traction, but look, he's dropping CS as well. 21 CS lead for Arya in this jungle role. He's near on a full level ahead. So while they are finding success, unfortunately, they're slipping pretty drastically behind.
Yeah, he's going to have that upgraded Smite online a lot faster than Erdogan, that is for sure. Down the spot lane as well. Kajamo is back. Building towards, where's that? The Essence Reaver? Sure. Up to see.
Could be any number of things.
Yeah.
Oh!
Point. Rattles. Trying to find something in mid. Ooh, gets the flash. Almost secures the kill, but it won't be enough. Erdogan picks up another 4 deaths for the famed Swain. Not going exactly how you'd want it.
80% death rate is not one that you'd think you'd see. He's got more deaths than his entire team has kills. Background.
Jamo could be in trouble. Chains of Corruption land once again. Good flash away. Means there's no Blight proc here. But Erdogan's here, so Complex will probably have to fall on the sword. Jamo trying to trade something back because Ari is now here. Maybe they can turn something. For the first, stunned up. Takes so much damage. Looking for something. Finds 2. How much further can it go though? Gets 3 of those things back.
I'm not sure if that was a fight that Kajamo wants to take. This is still a very scary Pantheon.
Oh, hang on. Could be in trouble. Conqueror is fully stacked up, but he's run out of the shield. Kajamo looking for something. One auto attack will be enough. And now, misses the charm. Saw almost finds it. Funny number kills, and Lapassione somehow turned that.
Dicey for sure, but Aria's damage output, my goodness, just comes in and destroys both Jaber and Shushu. Takes more than 60% of his HP in the initial engagement, gets caught out by a shield bolt. and then just turns it on a dime, blows up 2 of the 5 members of this Chudlings roster.
This Ari. No. Hang on a minute. I was going to praise him. Never mind, he might just get caught out. I'm not going to cast a curse this time. He did it to himself. Gold lead secured for Lepacione.
Burning that Spirit Rush down on the bot side, not having flash up and available. It was an easy kill for Complex to find. Just walks in. Empowered Chain allows Brados to get that rundown kill. And slowly but surely, Lepacione working themselves back into a position of power, going from strength to strength.
You love a little roller coaster of a gold lead. That's what we've seen so far this game. I'll see how much longer they keep things up for though, because 6 camps ahead. He's got the completed, upgraded smite here in the jungle. So there's no chance of Erdogan even attempting to contest this probably. Let's see. 1400? Oh, barely! It's actually the Sivir who picks that up instead. Nice bubble to secure the kill on towards Arya. One more tap on the Spirit Rush is available. Never Move gonna miss, but so is the Charm. Nothing else besides that one kill. Another dragon on the board as the Chemtech Soul blooms to life.
Yeah, and Never Move throwing out preemptively, trying to anticipate the Spirit Rush forward there from Saw, but holds it, misses that opportunity. And once again, up in the top lane, it is poor Zayla just getting manhandled right now.
And making use of that flash, not just yet up until now. Building towards his first 2 items here for this Build-A-Bear. And that's the thing, like, even though you're building full tank on the volleyball, you still do an absurd amount of damage.
Absolutely, those teleport back to lane means there is going to be a bit of disparity. Light, a full level up. Almost a level and a half, honestly. Zayla desperately working towards that Trinity Force. Core Complex going to be spotted out with his chems, techs, plants, revealing the entire bot side of this map. So no shenanigans for Arya. He's going to stick around, in fact.
Once he's available, he's just going to go for it. Bursts down Shushu the half. Oh, the Chain of Corruption goes wide. Nice boomerang. That might give them all the emphasis they need to keep going in. Arya might have flown a bit too close to the sun. We'll have to see. Good for 1. But on the other side of things, nowhere really to run to, so Erdogan going to pick that one up for free. The TOR alum trying desperately to claw this team towards playoffs.
Absolutely, Zayla desperately trying to hold on to this lane. Misses the counter-strike. That's a grim situation.
He's available. Might look to dive potentially, but ult is still 30 minutes away. 30 seconds away, rather. Sundered Sky now. Erdogan needs to find some way to alleviate the pressure as now Jaber could be in trouble. Look at the damage. Just not respecting it. Hawk is completed and the teammate is there.
It was a bomb call. Oh, and the gank from Saw. Once again, we're seeing these Aries come in clutch. Heading up, alleviates that pressure onto this Jax, who can now clear up this wave, shove it at the tower, potentially get some plate damage off. But 1,000 gold lead here for Saw, and Arya
trying
does
desperately
have the Shadow Assault.
Yeah, has the ult available, given the movement speed. If he wants it, he bursts to damage and it will be secured. Does he get out is the question. Parkour is here. Out of the woods just yet.
No.
Run down here is in the mid lane. Somehow Shushu fell as well. This Talon finally makes it out. Might look for a repeat gank on the mid lane. It's right here and easy to go. Oh, nice charm! And the kill is clean. And Jaber picks that one up for free.
Noxian diplomacy interrupted by the charm. What a play out there from Saw, who's having an absolute time in this mid lane. And Jaber, again, right time, right place to assist the team, pump out that damage that they needed.
The bot lane though, Gajamo trying to maintain this advantage here. Will be 1.1k up. Building towards that second item. Probably might even have it. Now, most likely going to be that Phantom Dancer as well. As the Cull cash out, has a lot of gold available to his name. now in the top lane. He's getting a little bit rough. Zelia tries to dive and secures it with the Grandmaster's might. Gonna chunk down this tower while he's at it. Look at that attack speed. And that's the lethal tempo for you.
Well, Aria's here. Has that blast cone. He's waited for complex, and I think that may have just given up the game. They could have made a play potentially if Aria was a little bit faster on that trigger, but yeah, Trinity Force done now, and Light only just finishing that Iceborne Gauntlet because he's just sort of been holding himself when it comes to completely committing to an item. It's put him in a rough spot.
Serpent's Fang now completed here for Erdogan as well. This is a very dangerous Pantheon to go up against. We've seen in this bot lane as well, Kajamo not necessarily able to out DPS this Varus. Now with the Flicker Blades online, might have a little bit at their disposal, especially with 10 seconds before this Chemtech Drake. They're pushing out the lanes fast, they want that prio. See who the first pick is, because look at the angle. Saw chunks complex to half, 3-man snare, and the demonic ascension. How does it go from here? Kajamo falls on down, complex in a bit of trouble as well. Roots up one, but the Spirit Rush reset is here. Arya needs to find something with the ult. Shushu's gonna fall on down, but it's just one. And immediately Chudlings roar to life.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, hang on. Might not even be over by now. What a charm. The Aries today have been immaculate.
Yeah, it's a crazy amount of damage that Saw's been pumping out this game. I don't know what Kajamo's thinking here. This steps up to frontline. And that is one of the biggest problems. Frontline is a volley bear who is just an island unto himself up in that top lane. Kajamo steps up, gets caught by the chains of corruption. Brattles is not the big game end raid boss that Swain can become. And they just get
look at
eaten.
this.
And Saw, yeah, I mean, Ari already tonight, stalwart performances.
Finds the angle and immediately shuts him down. In this top lane, Zelia takes a bit of the worst end of that trade, but even still, heal going to be forced. Good spell shield. Saw's here though, 5 seconds away from that ult. They can continue to chase this down. Complex will fall. Saw in a bit of trouble, goes a bit too greedy and shut down by Arya. That's 800 gold in the pocket of this assassin. Not exactly the situation you want to be in. They do, however, get this Rift Herald online.
I mean, yeah, it's good that Arya is the one getting gold, but when he's only able to block one person at a time, that gold is somewhat diminished, especially when you've got a Sivir in play who can literally just chew through an entire team with those ricochets. So it begs the question, are they going to keep trying to funnel this gold into Arya? Are they going to keep trying to make sure that he's the win condition? You see, they are looking to play around that Elko.
Absolutely, they are. Arya's here. There's no Pantheon joining just yet. He might be on the way now. Lands a bit of damage on towards Zelia. Baits out the counter-strike. Stormbringer's here as well. That's another kill onto the assassin. And now Erdogan might be in a bit of trouble here. They could potentially look to siege this tower. Shushu's on the way, so it will be a 2v3 if the attempt comes through. It's going to take the plate and leave for now. They're not going to risk anything.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been a pretty egregious overstay. Kajamo a level down now on Jaber, who really coming into his own. While, yes, Kajamo is ahead in gold purely off the back of the fact that Sivir does just farm that much easier. Means that they're going to have that much more pressure onto these towers through the plates. Jaber, 2 items deep on the Varus stat stick champion that he is going to just overpower this stage of the game as Sivir.
And besides this Talon that we have seen shut down with the charm, with the rest of the CC that Chudlings have, there isn't really a way for this team to eliminate this Varus other than just immediate finding that burst. So in these extended fights, Jaber is going to prove incredibly dangerous to deal with.
Exactly that. Here comes Arya.
Hang on. Arya, big burst of damage, finds Shushu. No, never mind, lives to tell the tale. And just like that, that's the Talon shut down like we said. And Jaber picks that one up for free. Somehow doesn't proc the passive, so not going to find that kill onto the support. Saw could be in a bit of trouble though. Gets the Spirit Rush to safety and will live to tell the tale.
Things going down on a Baron. Minute
They might
45
look
on
for
spawn
this.
with their Herald coverage. I don't know if they can do this.
Varus does do a lot of damage with the Bork, with the Ginsus, with that Blight, but this could be a bit too greedy. We'll have to see. Flash over the wall from Murderant. They try and turn this. No Spirit Rush available. Double root. Hang on. The Demonic Ascension trying to find the damage, but somehow doesn't secure the kill. Light will finally trade one back. But look at the positioning. Gonna fall on the sword all the same. Unstoppable this Varus is. And they might even look for something now, but never mind. They're just going to focus on the map. The TP to bot lane, they are going to try and take over this game.
And they already are. What a flash shield vault. Complex just completely obliterated there. And unfortunately, without that Karma, there's just this limited survivability. Kashimo just cannot play that fight. As soon as he steps out of the fog of war, he's getting turned on, he's getting burned, and much the same, unfortunately, for Arya. It's a really rough spot that they've backed themselves into.
Is indeed 3k is the gold lead, so not insurmountable. But most of that is in the mid lane. We haven't really seen Brattles get the chance to do much in this game, right? Has landed those E's that have been incredibly impactful, but there's no follow-up and there's no damage on this Swain yet.
And there you go, Java takes the gold lead, 23 minutes in, just waiting, biding his time, has the Terminus to boot. Goes well happy as this on-hit Varus, and they clear that
Spirit
mid
Rush. Gonna try and find Kajimo. Lands the charm and it will be secured. That Saw picked up another. Even through the spell shield, it's not enough.
Yeah, I mean, it was they played it well synergistically. Erdrin jumps forward, pops that shield with the spear, and the charm then connects beyond. And it will allow them to turn and burn onto this Baron. I, unfortunately, very much feeling like Les Passionate are about to bleed that death by 1,000 cuts.
Arya nearby. TP available and going to be channeled. Smite going to be used, I believe. It might have wasn't, but look at the CC chain out of the pit for the moment. It's going to be secured by Erdogan. No chance of a steal this time around, but look at the damage. Hang on, maybe they can turn this extended fight. That's a double kill going on over. Light picks up one as well. Zelia trying desperately to turn something. Erdogan, the last left standing, finally picks up one, but somehow at the end of it all, La Passione come out on top.
That was all Light. 5,500 damage for this Volibear.
Oh
Look,
my
just
God,
in the
look at
thick of
that.
it. With the Sky Splitter, with the Stormbringer, and then Arya, look at him. Pops the Shadow Assault over the wall. Boom, knocks in Diplomacy, pulls the blade through the Ari and into the Nami. All the while, Light just wailing away on these key carries of this Chudling's roster. And somehow they hold.
Soul Point going to be picked up here. Neither of these teams want to go silently into the night, and it shows. 19 to 25, that kill count. It has been a skirmish-heavy game, and these comps that we thought were unorthodox are perfectly playing into that fact that this is just pure chaos.
Welcome to the roller coaster. Up, down, up, down, up, down, and a big swing. It's only a 1.2k gold lead from near 4.5 that they were sitting at. And strangely enough, despite how Chudling's coded this game has been, they now find themselves a minus 2k Baron power play. Unfortunately, all being wiped. Not a single one of them walking away with that buff. And that momentum shifting heavily in La Passion's direction.
Playing with fire here. It's so hard for either of these teams to really land these engages because there's so much at their disposal to get rid of it. Brattles might have to fall on the sword here, recognizes that, pops the Demonic Ascension. Says, I will not go out without a fight here. Gets a few extra demon souls for his measure, but the Avengers will come and finish him off and hand that kill once again over towards this Varus. 7 on the board for this kill, for this AD carry rather.
I mean, playing so very well. Just holding, waiting, pouncing when the opportunity presents itself, and poor Brattle's just overextended in taking it top tier 1. Gets punished because of it. Can't find anything off the back. But yeah, slow burn, building towards that beast that Swain can be. He's working towards that Zonya's to boot to try and provide a little bit of extra survivability with Kazuma with Complex. They're looking to run down this Ari.
On the hunt traded for this Ari ult. We burst down in the top lane, I believe, as the siege happens mid. Chain of Corruption gonna land. How much more can they find is the question. Not enough to secure the kill. The Stormbringer gonna be traded. It's getting dicey here in this mid lane.
Very much so.
Good damage traded back and forth. Light trying to find something. Lands a lot of damage. Zelia barely lives. And Arya finds one, looking for a second. TP to come on through. That's a double kill. That's 4 more kills for the side of Lepacione. They're going to make it 5 in just a moment. The Saw goes golden. But not for long before he meets the sword as well. And somehow they are clawing this back. Lepacione get the ace.
What a phenomenal flank there from Light once again. Captures out such a significant damage source in Jaber. All the while Zale, Erduran have taken so much punishment. Sword not in a position to actually get in there. You look at it, by the end of it, he's done less than 1,000 damage. He will just tick over to 1.3k before he falls, but it's completely irrelevant by that point because he has to turn gold and he can't contribute. And the gold swing now from at one point just over 4,000 in favor of the Chudlings, now swinging back near just over 3k gold in favor of Lepacione. That's a 7,000 gold swing.
First gold lead in over 10 minutes here. Lepacione, minute 40 on this sole point. It's their chance to really make this comeback possible. Look at the items, they're starting to stack up here. 3.5, possibly 4. Kajama on this back, and it will be secured. That's the IE completed. This Sivir is going to be incredibly brutal to deal with. Jack Show not completed here for this Varus, so we'll have that advantage in the bot lane.
Well, I mean, you look at it, the value out of this Hubris, 15 stacks for Arya. That's 49 odd damage, I believe, that he is getting out of that item every time he finds himself a kill. 12 and 7 to his name, and having stacked up that much pressure on the Rift, you can understand why he is now the significant damage threat.
Arya looking for something. Big burst of damage on towards Jaber, and that's the kill instantly secured, just out of position. Good charm will prevent Arya from getting too much else. But look over the wall, might be able to find something. Ooh. Oh my god, just evaporates him! And that's 3 kills on the side of Lepacione, and they're looking for more.
38 seconds to Baron, so there's not even a heck of a lot they can find. Oh, Zayla!
Oh, the flash!
The momentum swung back in this top lane matchup. Light. Now that big bad volley that we know it can be.
They could look for the end here. It is just Saw left standing. No TP for Light just yet. They got 4 pushing in. Demonic Ascension, the slow to come on through. Saw once again goes golden and might meet the doom of this team. They put up a valiant effort, but Lepacione will book their ticket to playoffs.
Brattles and Arya given 2 very, very, very solid comfort picks in their arsenals, and it's a bold call that ultimately is the undoing of the Chudlings.
Oh wait, no, not like this.
Surely not.
Surely not like this. Erdoran's up in 2, they can't end
Light's
yet.
Still alive, he's pushed to the top lane. It is just going to be that last rasp before death, it seems.
And no Arya means they can't reliably get this soul, so a bit of an oopsie here from the jungler. There's no wards in the base, are there? No, they can't actually do it, but they will secure this dragon for free if the Chudlings. Not out of the realm of possibility just yet, but the comeback would be close to insurmountable.
Yeah, and I mean, in terms of tiebreakers, good game is a quick game if you're winning, but if you're losing and there's potential for tiebreakers, as there is for the Chudlings, they want to make sure that they drag this game out as possible, because the longer this game goes for Lepacione, the better the chance is that they are denied that tiebreaker victory.
I believe, not mistaken, I believe there will be a, even if they lose this, I think Lepacione secure it. We'll have to see. Hang on a moment. Chain CC is there. Light almost finds the first. Zelia goes into stasis again. It's a massacre in the jungle. And just like that, they're going to finish what they started a few minutes ago. The double kill for both of them. They eviscerate them across the board, and Lepacione say, okay, now we're going to end.
Yeah, I mean, the respawn, it was just a calm before the storm there for the Chudlings. You thought maybe there was an angle for a comeback, but then Light comes ripping on through this big bad volley bear and completely guts the hopes of the Chudlings to potentially upset, potentially throw a spanner in the works here in Group B, but it's not to be.
Lepassione, they will lock second seed into playoffs just below Rich Dynasty, which means we will be saying goodbye to Melbourne University Esports at that 1 and 2 position. No tiebreakers once again. We've gone without that chaos for 2 groups. There's still 2 more to go. I wonder if we'll see any this day.
I mean, that is the question. If the games that we've seen so far did go by, who knows? Who knows, realistically? It has just sort of been up and down. It looked like for the better part of that game, if I'm being honest, the Chudlings were going to be the ones to walk away victorious, but then Arya and Brad just came into their own net with the help of Light, who just absolutely ascended by the end of that game, and there was just nothing they could conceivably do. And against that roster and against that draft, fighting at a choke point is the last thing you want to be doing, and unfortunately, that's exactly what the Chudlings did.
Yeah, it was looking close, especially in that mid lane, right? Saw was incredibly dominant early. Braddles was basically invisible for much of it. And then towards the end, with that Rylai's online, that Demonic Ascension just becomes absolutely insane to deal with, especially in those choke points, especially with the Talon ult as well, and Arya in that jungle. We talked about how perhaps might not find the targets to assassinate, but even across the board, right? Was just blowing everyone up.
Yeah, I mean, it was not only that, but just continuously, just slowly stacking up that hubris. And by the end of the game, he was getting an extra 50-odd AD out of the item. So the more involved he was, the more stacks it had, the more damage he would ultimately do. And that snowball came online to the point where we saw him just ripping through these fights, even off the back of the Shadow Assault returning to him. Still managed to find 2 massive kills around that Baron pit. They completely wiped the Chudlings out after taking that Baron. So huge value consistently found, especially through that Dragon pressure as well. Getting themselves onto Soul Point meant the Chudlings had to pretty highly prioritize that Dragon, deny them that soul, and it just made things so much harder than it possibly needed to be.
Absolutely. Now, I want to ask you something. Am I cursed? Every team that I've cast over the past 2 weekends, there's one, has been on the left side of the bracket. It's been on blue side.
No, it's just blue side. This game is blue side coded. It's always been blue side coded. Everyone knows that blue is the way to go. No bias whatsoever. But it just seems to be the way. Blue side is the comfort for most people.
Yeah, we'll have to see. There's still 2 more games ahead of us as well, so I'm excited to get into them. But Lepassione, that's 4 teams locked for playoffs. Now, we don't know seeding, of course, yet. We don't know where these teams will end up in opposition to each other. But we won't be seeing Chudlings versus Ark and Chingus as a playoffs match. I know travesty for a lot of people who were counting on that. But across the board, especially in Twitch chat, they seem to be quite supportive of Kajamo heading in towards that playoffs berth.
Yeah, I mean, look, a little bit over keen, a little bit over eager, especially trying to 1v2 into an on-hit Varus throughout that game. But yeah, drew a lot of attention, allowed Braddles and Arya and Light to really run away with it by the end of it. But yeah, look, maybe don't frontline as a Sibber in the next game would be the only advice I can give him.
Yeah, well, he's got a lot of time to prep as he has locked playoffs. We'll be back after a short break for our 3rd and second to last game of the night. So don't go anywhere.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Stop.
Gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again.
And we are back, and what a turnaround game. I mean, Mercury, I was just saying to you how excited I was to glaze the Ari pick. I mean, we saw such a good performance of Ari's throughout this entire tournament, and then my words completely fell out of my mouth because of how much that game turned around. I mean, Brattles, you know, we had a rough early game. Panda, what do we think of Brattles' early game?
Rhymes with Schmunnet Schmaun. He did a fair bit of that early on, but then brought it back because Swain things, apparently. To be fair, if I had to give an MVP that game, it definitely goes to Aria. The guy just put in the hard yards. Light would be a close second. He was just sort of there, you know, cold bubbling away up in that top lane and became the raid boss. But Aria was literally the one that blew that game wide open for them.
Yeah, that Talon pick, I'm wondering if we're going to get any similar picks as we take a look at this next match. Assassin Jungle's so strong, and we can take a look at the junglers here. Danny on this side, I'm very excited to see if maybe we get any inspiration. Mercury, take a look at the names here. Who are you looking at? What is your focus on?
I mean, Chronicles played pretty well last week when I cast him.
Yes.
So I'm excited to see what he can do this time around. That was against Forever Blessed. So, you know, someone a team I can say as definitely of equal skill in this group to High Heel Steel, of course. So I'm interested to see how these teams match up across the board.
And I agree completely. Mercury, before I go, I do want to ask you, Panda, which player in particular do you have your eyes on?
Or, I mean, it's a hard one to say because every time I come into a game, like, I'm watching this player in particular, they just have a sort of a quiet one, and then someone else decides to show up and be the one that then. Yeah, look, I hate to put pressure onto anyone because it tends to just leave me a little bit disappointed. So I'm just here to see some fun picks, some slightly diverse picks, throw a little bit of a ball up in the air and see what lands.
Well, we'll see if you can catch that ball because I'll leave it up to you two fellas. Let's you get in the draft.
Thank you. Hello, game 3 on the line here. Champ Select is just about ready to go. We'll have to see if we get some ethical gameplay coming through or if we do see some more unorthodox picks to come as fans ready to go for our third game of the night. Our penultimate one, Yanara, first taken off the board from Voice. You definitely don't want that pick in the hands of someone as lethal as this bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, it has just been a pretty consistently performing bot lane in the meta at the moment. Just a lot of damage, a lot of mixed damage as well, which can make it a little bit harder to itemize against. So it does not surprise me even in the slightest that we're seeing consistently banned away. And Best are much the same. Not necessarily in that it deals hybrid damage. It just does a lot of damage and enables so much. It's such a slippery character as well. Being able to duck, dive, and dodge away from dangerous situations or into dangerous situations and then still come out on top. So it's not something that you want readily available for any team that you're playing against.
We've seen our fair share of incredibly annoying Embesses across this tournament and across all of competitive play so far this year. So that's going to be off the table for at least one more game. Next band to come on through, taking that away from Isle in the top lane. Potentially gives a bit of a reasoning to perhaps a Renekton angle, one of those angles towards the Yorick, but that's just banned away now. There's a lot of picks they could go with now that is off the table.
So far, 3 of the 6 first round bans targeted away from
towards the
top lane. You'd imagine obviously there is some overlap between the jungle with that Ambessa pick as well, but for the most part, they are Prio in the top lane. Victor banned away from Take Me Back in that mid lane. Look, Victor has been a little underwhelming, if I'm being honest. Yes, look, a control mage, yes, it does ramp up, but if the rest of the team is on fire, if the rest of the Rift is on fire, Victor only finds so much success.
Had a pretty solid performance yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. That was with the Electrocute Ludens build. So it's going to be off the table this time around. And that Ari as well, another one of those champions that has been a demon so far all day. Even in that loss, Saw had some pretty good showing. So now first pick for the side of High Heel. What do they go with is the question. Rise is still up. Orianna will be the pick.
So that in the hands of Abra in that mid lane. Now you're looking for something to pair it with. Vi, Malphite, Wukong, Talon even. There's plenty in the jungle that can be utilized to enable that ball delivery system. How would you want to play into it if your aim enjoys? I mean, you can look to go sort of the Galio, look for that big global pressure team fight oriented champion. Ziggs as well is another phenomenal pick in terms of it does outrange the Orianna pretty significantly, can just pump out damage from down range, makes it very uncomfortable to play in this mid lane and the late game. So, I mean, there you go. You bring a Pantheon to bear with it. Stun comes in from Pantheon. The satchel charge as well to even set up that stun combo, and it's a lot of damage coming out. Not to mention the fact that Mega Inferno Bomb on top of the Grand Starfall means that you can have great effect from a pretty significant distance away.
Yeah, this can be a very, very difficult lane for ABBA to play in at the very least. Ezreal going to be the lock-in here. Blind is interesting, to say the very least. We see the Bard as well. Not entirely sold on the Ezreal angle here. We'll have to see how the rest of this comp develops, but overall a very safe bot lane.
Yeah, Israel's problems has been talked about for a good wee while, especially in Asia Pacific. Needs to do well on lane. You can't just sort of sit there and take your lumps. You need to be proactive. You need to be finding success in that bot lane. You need to be ahead. You cannot just be sitting even, because it is a champion that tends to fall off pretty hard. If it is just going to find any great impact, it needs to just run over its lane opponent. But Wukong banned away in the second ban phase as Ornn was picked up there for Isle of Man at the top. So far, I mean, it's a safe pickup in the top lane, does well into most matchups, isn't going to suffer all that greatly, plus amping up the team as the game progresses. It's a pretty solid pick.
Incredibly long distance engage here from Amp, heading into that second phase. Nocturne going to be taken away as well, so two of those key shockwave deliverers going to be taken off the field, heading in towards this second phase. Nico going to be removed from the table as well. How does High Heel choose to round out this composition? Top lane and jungle not yet locked in.
Okay, Nocturne, Nico. Look, I do rate it. They're very scary. Kai'Sa coming through. You can pretty much pair that with anything in terms of engaged supports down in that bot lane. Is not going to suffer all that significantly. You got Nordis, you got Alistar, you got Leona if you want to go that route. Nico obviously would have been a great one to have. Even Rakan potentially could be an angle here for Darkness down in that bot lane. But you're looking top jungle here for high heeled steel toe boots. I mean, Rumble is available. Not necessarily that it's the greatest Rumble comp. You haven't got the most set up. Look, yes, Command Shockwave, Tempered Fate, but Vi. Okay, there you go. Guaranteed ball delivery system in the jungle is so clean and such a damage threat as well. I really rate this pickup, Denny.
Ooh. Camille in the top lane instantly locked in as well. So this Ornn is going to have a tough go of it if the Bellows Breath is not timed perfectly. And even still, that true damage is just absurd, especially once you get that Triforce online. A lot of engage tools, a lot of ways to get this orb onto that backline. Rel going to be the lock-in here for Darkness in the bot lane. So we'll have that engage to set up Kai'Sa, get that plasma ticking. Let's see how these teams exactly play things out heading in towards the third game of the night. But my eyes have to be on this top side for High.
Yeah, I mean, Camille Vi, a scary combo, especially going into the back line for Kai'Sa and Ziggs. If that Camille can get to you, you're probably not having the greatest time. I'm not really so sure about the rel there for Darkness, if I'm being perfectly honest. I'm kind of looking towards a Nautilus. Something that depth charge is just going to offer so much value, especially in terms of getting into the back line. But rel, it's a safe pick. It's a good pick. It does a lot in terms of denying what high heel steel toe boots are trying to do. But unfortunately, the kits that high-heeled steel-toe boots have drafted also can play around this rel pretty well.
Minions have spawned.
Get into it for the game. Check out the runes. Nothing terribly out of the ordinary here. Grasp here for Asmi is going to allow this pick to scale up even more. It's in that mid lane. Going to see probably a lot of action between Chronicles and Danny, to say the least. Full defensive summoners for the bot lane. None of that cleanse or ghost shenanigans this time around. They're both looking to get some early trades in and trying to establish some pressure and some dominance in this lane.
Absolutely. I mean, take me back to Eden on the Ziggs. Should be able to pretty comfortably clear these waves, put that pressure onto ABBA. I mean, it's a very underrated champion in terms of what mid-prio it can achieve.
Heal going to be forced out already. Like you mentioned in that champ select, Wars here needs to play very proactively on this Ezreal, but still maintaining that spacing, right? Because one misstep with the arcane shift and you will be in trouble. This time around though, does live to tell the tale. That shock goes a little bit wide, hitting onto the minions, so good trade overall from High Heal to start off this lane.
Yeah, I mean, you can see what they were trying to do was just trying to shove that wave in a little bit more aggressively. Unfortunately, level 2 there for Darkness means the crash down comes through. They can threaten. Isle of Man having a grand old time for himself up here at the top lane. Early levels for Camille, a bit of a struggle.
Lane pushed in is going to be a bit brutal as well. We should be able to take a fair amount of those minions and maintain a bit of parity in this lane as Abba in mid. Trading back and forth a little bit, still flashes across the board here, but we can see the pings coming out. So Danny, most likely on the way to try and burn that flash. We'll have to see. Bot lane continuing to push on in, but otherwise some pretty standard gameplay across the board to start off the first 2 minutes.
Ooh.
Good flash.
Flash is straight in the mid lane, aggressive play from Abba, and there is a very good chance that Eden could have been taken down there if he connects to the command.
Hang on a moment. Darkness is here. Has the flash available. Wonder if we'll see a runner back of last game with the flash over the wall. Mid lane. Danny in a bit of trouble over the wall. Good stun. Look at the damage. They're so incredibly low. War's in trouble. Gets through in time. Chronicles as well. The stun has to be huge, but that's first blood. Going to be secured. The flash gets another one. And Voice for 2 to start things off, and just too greedy for High Heal.
Absolutely. Just pushed up, and we thought for sure there was going to be an angle there. Unfortunately, only so much kill threat that a tier Ezreal is going to offer at this stage in the game. And it was just all about positioning it in the right place at the right time, and all through that Voice, for the most part, just completely untouched. Able to pump out that damage, and you're only going to get the Cosmic Binding onto the first person through that portal. Unfortunately, with the Pantheon, Chronicles being the first one to take it, Voice was free to follow up with damage.
Where do they go from here is the question. See the cull completed. Movement towards that Kraken Slayer here for Voice with that first item. And the full tunnel at 4 minutes. So this Pantheon is going to be incredibly dangerous to deal with. Possibly looking even for an early or even on spawn dragon. We'll have to see. Darkness still playing around the mid lane, and Abba's here could be in a bit of trouble. Just forcing him off for the moment though.
And again, threatening down the bot lane, but it's still only a tier Ezreal at the moment. There's damage, but only because Darkness has gone for a bit of a roam towards that mid lane.
At least one of these plates, potentially. I'll have to see if that minion damage ends up being enough. That Hull on the other side. While Wars is stacking up that tier, Voice will have a fair amount of extra gold in the back pocket once that comes to pass.
200 gold off the back of 2 kills down on that bot side. And now, oh, okay, Asri is really even things out.
Okay. As the Hextech ultimate are available, but look at the health. Probably not going to go for it. For the Forge God. Dodges over the top. No damage, no dice. No kills going to be secured. Just a trade of ults in the top lane.
Pretty sucks standard. Unfortunately, Ornn is going to struggle to keep pace with a Camille to a certain point in this game. He does become a bit of a monster. Mystical Journey gets Sunky rather away to safety.
Still room to contest this. Danny's here and ready and waiting. There's 4 nearby. You kind of just have to give this one up, I feel like. No room to go for it. Mega Inferno Bomb as well. Now Danny's in a bit of trouble. Might find something through the wall. They have overstayed their welcome. Now they might pay the price for it, but they're all barely going to get out. Safety at the end of it all.
Yeah, a lot of posturing. Ultimately results in a bit of a nothing burger by the end of it. Dragon taken securely by Amp. They will just return the lane, keep that pressure up, and a 1,100 gold lead in the bot lane alone.
Absurd. And that's all from those kills. I mean, like, still 20 CS lead at 6 minutes is nothing to scoff at. Let's see how this continues to develop with another plate added to that list. That's 1,300. They're going to dash on in. Nice shot, and the Grand Starfall finishes off the other. And this is a massacre in the bot lane.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying. Israel needs support down that bot lane to be able to ramp up and become an absolute monster. He's not had that. In fact, they're just outright losing the lane to a Kai'Sa Rel combo. You're down 1,700 gold before the 7.5 minute mark. I hate to call it over before it's over, but this Israel is going to be digging its way out of a pretty deep hole.
Azmi could be in a bit of trouble. Flashes back in to the Forge God. And the Brittle will be enough to finish it off. Shatters it. And that's a solo kill in the top lane. 5-2-0.
That was some masterful play there from Isle of Man. Gets the knock up, denying the flash away from the Call of the Forge God, or even that Hextech ultimatum. And then the panic sets in. Azmi tries to flash away, but then is caught on the follow-up. The re-engage. And a solo bolo from an Ornn is not something you see every day.
Seen a fair amount from Ornns in this tournament though, over the course of it. So far, it's been good to see the Ornns get a bit of a spotlight. As now in the bot lane wars, trying desperately to find something here, but look at the zoning of Voice. Just threatening to step up at any given point. It's a 30 CS lead, a 2k gold lead, pretty much the entirety of that gold lead outside of half a grand from Chronicles, and this Pantheon's nothing to scoff at either. As going to, at the very least, get these grubs, but nowhere really to push that pressure with this objective.
Grubs taken. They're looking for a bit of a tower dive here, and unfortunately, the problems for Wars. He may still be in his name. He still may be in the Wars.
TP is going to be forced out, and that's all they were looking for. Take ABBA away from that lane and give Take Me Back a little bit extra time. Maybe get some free hitting on that tower, get some of that crystalline overgrowth, and maybe push towards that satchel, demolishing the tower. We'll have to see. They're continuing the pressure here towards the bot lane, and ABBA isn't here anymore. Darkness going to catch Frog out, isolated for the moment, but not necessarily the position you want to be in. Just dashes on in for the fun of it and hands a kill over to Wars at the end of it all. Tempered Fate goes wide for the moment. Comet Spear barely doesn't find the kill. And Sunky barely gets away with the life. As a bit of a misplay there from Darkness.
Yeah, a bit of an overextension. Unfortunately, they just put up far more than they could chew. Not anticipating that turnaround damage from what is just a vibe.
I don't know that you want this one, Wars. This is not exactly going to go in your favor. And the Mono flash away and barely comes out on top again. It's a game of inches, but Amp are coming out on top.
Well, that was a dicey fight. The Voice lives on a sliver of HP. And I mean, I'm surprised, honestly, that they just didn't turn and burn onto Sunky there, who was isolated alone under the tower. They could have got the kill and walked away, and
perfect
just
flash.
Walked away from the Mystic shot.
Lives to tell the tale as well. That's a Kraken Slayer at 10 minutes. 4-0 on this Kai'Sa is absurd.
5,000, 5,500. So having a grand old game is this Kai'Sa in the hands of Voice. And unfortunately, trailing a little bit. This high heel steel toe boots. I mean, a 3k gold lead at just shy of 11 minutes is kind of crazy.
And the big question is, like, where on the map do they have to turn to? Right? Mid lane is sort of even overall. Jungle is losing, top lane's losing, and the bot lane is getting demolished. They don't really have anywhere to work with at the moment. They just have to sort of weather the storm, get what objectives they can, scale up these items, and maybe hope for something.
This is like it. Just hope that they can hit those scaling items, power up a little bit. Hope they can find those command shockwaves that really just completely dismantle team fights. But unfortunately, it's not happening.
Secure.
Second dragon. It's a halfway to soul for Amp already.
And this Infernal Soul is going to make things even more difficult for High Heel Steel if they cannot shut that down early. To see how it goes. Voice. Basically a full item ahead at this point of the counterpart. Maybe they can find something towards mid here. They do have the cease and desist. They're looking for something with the Vault Breaker, but a little bit too far away to make that engage stick. And now that gives Taking Back even more cognizant that they're going to strike somewhere and it might be there. Where do they go is the question. Grand Starfall pushing in towards the tower. Tempered Fate only catches onto one. The Frog, Brother Sunky, will be the sacrificial lamb. 7-1 are the kills. Down to one plate on this tower, and it is a disaster in the bot lane.
I think it's the right call. Ultimately, last time they did not go for Sunky. They didn't turn and burn. They overextended themselves and got caught out pretty significantly. Even if it was just the one death. But this time they make the right call. They split the difference with that Grand Starfall. They turn, get that kill right into the hands of Voice, who is now 3,000 gold ahead of his lane opponent. And I'm not even sure if, you know, Wars has got more than 10 CS in the last 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's been rough to say the very least. They have a glimmer of hope now, though. Triforce completed for both the Camille and the Vi. Usually you see the Sundered Sky first for the Vi, but going to opt for that Spellblade build. Hopefully stack up the Conqueror just a little bit faster in this lane. Both junglers have that upgraded Smite for this next objective. It will be the Herald in a little over a minute and a half. So going to set the pressure towards this top lane is the priority. Look at Darkness. Look at Chronicles nearby. Trapped in the pit for the moment thanks to that vision. But they're going to go for it regardless. Could be in a bit of trouble. Stun secured. Killer Instinct.
Wow.
They're going to go on in. Forces the flash and the teleport. An incredible engage from Darkness.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely dismantled that Camille, who was sort of in an island unto herself in the top lane. Yeah, has died the one time.
Oh, okay. Tries to find something with the shockwave, but it completely overcooks. Like Icarus falling from the heavens. Not able to make it work this time around. ABBA in a bit of trouble. The speed up is there. The CC, the chain, gonna find it just like that. Mamma mia, he falls on down as well.
Scumbag Pantheon denying his mid laner any kill participation. It has been islands in the mid lane up until ABBA falling there. They had not been involved in a single kill. That could have been Eden's first, but no, not to be.
Oh no! No, not even in the bot lane as well. Another solo kill for this Ornn. The Bellows Breath to finish it off. Double digits kills. Might not make it out, but that's the sacrifice you make. Give the rest of the team a few towers at the end of it all. Gonna hand the kill on over towards Asmi. Try and get some gold. Accelerating this Camille. Try and make it a bit more of a threat. But what is going on here? I mean, this day for this Ezreal just went from bad to worse.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting punched down on by an Ornn. Yeah, look, to be fair, Ornn is no slouch when it comes to the damage, but you were literally just beaten to death for the most part.
With flash up.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Grim scenes.
Well, across the board, we'll have to see how they can try and stabilize this game a little bit because their tournament lives depend on it. Look at the goal. It is stretching further and further away from them at this point.
Voice is rapidly approaching the point of doubling anyone on high heel steel toe boots, which is just bleak.
Dusk and Dawn on the way, and War's trying to find something here. Darkness going a little bit too far forward once again and gets punished for it. It's another kill. Okay, in the hands of Wars, so getting a little bit of gold onto this Ezreal.
I mean, at this rate, though, it's going to take us another 75 minutes for Wars to come into his own, unfortunately. But off the back of that, does give them the prio they need to start up the Herald. That could be an angle, crack open the map a little bit, give them some prio, get some vision down, start to slow that roll of Amp right now.
And the real problem with Ezreal, right, you need Manamune and you need Triforce to get them. Those are two of the most expensive items in the game. So not only are you that far behind, you're also not hitting those item breakpoints as fast as this Kai'Sa. Right, Dusk and Dawn are about halfway towards that build, basically being complete. They're losing objectives across the map here, including this Infernal. There's just not enough time to get to that goal.
And they will get themselves a bounty at the very least with the help of Herald. So some gold going back. Oh boy.
Oh no. Oh, once again, the Mega Inferno Bomb drops on the head like a sledgehammer. And Chronicles is on a rampage. 2 kills for free, just as you like it.
On top of the dragon to boot. The soul.
Oh, they're going for more. Kill Instinct. Gonna come on in. Darkness once again has amazing presence of mind. And that's another kill. On towards this 80 carry. The Kai'Sa is popping off.
13-3. Soul point. And we're not even 20 minutes into the game. Oh, Sunky. Oh, no.
Oh,
I think
no.
if he channeled it, he might have got himself away. But flashes. Gets himself clear.
Getting disastrous here. Losing plates, losing towers, losing objectives all across the map. Running out of options to make things work. They force the flash from Voice, so maybe they can find something in the next 5 minutes to make that work, but it's looking dicey, to say the least.
I mean, they just haven't found an angle on the Voice. That's the problem. There's just so much shutdown gold on the map. There's so much standing gold on the map that higher heal steel toe boots could secure for themselves. They just haven't found an angle in. They haven't been able to utilize that Vi command shockwave combo. They could. I think it drastically changes the momentum of this fight. Try and get them back in it. They are looking for it. There's just not been an opportunity presented.
Absolutely, there hasn't. There has to be something that they go for. Again, like you mentioned earlier, they have to be proactive. They have to find something here. With Voice now completing that Dusk and Dawn, these fights are going to get a lot quicker if they're not worried about it. Darkness in a bit of trouble. Shockwave lands on towards 2. Maybe they can find something. But look at them. They're just isolated from Danny for the moment. They don't have the damage to work with. Look at this knock-up. It's there. It's clean. And Wars falls on down as well. It's disaster. And they only find one at the end of it all. Isolated. Call of the Forge God. They're going to hope to pick up the rest of them. Tags with the Brittle. And now Eden could be in a bit of trouble. Hextech Ultimatum not available just yet. There's another kill. And just like that, 2 left standing. Not for much longer as well. They are falling like flies. They're going to pick up another towards the mid lane. A double kill for Take Me Back.
Isle of Man having a stellar game.
Oh, no.
Tempered Bay just flipping
Okay.
Chronicles there. Will allow Sunkey to limp himself away. I say that. I might be right. Oh, the minion caught it for him.
That hero. You gotta salute that minion. The upgrade comes through though. I believe towards this Kai'Sa. I could be wrong. But that's another avenue where this gold is going to continue to balloon. Okay, it was to the Pantheon. But that's another avenue where this gold is going to continue to balloon, right? That's an extra 1,000 gold a piece in terms of just invisible stats that they're going to have to deal with.
Exactly it. And the Ziggs that has been slow building. 3-0-1, 1,800 gold ahead. Mate, Lord, it's just almost cataclysmic, the lead that AMP have developed for themselves.
The ult doesn't even do that much damage at this point. They're going to try and force them off, but what's the play here? They're going to get some vision with this empowered scuttle. They're really isolated. Call of the Forge God's available if they're going for it. They're going to dive on in towards this carry. Do they have enough? Great shockwave, but no kills found just yet.
Oh, wow.
Manages barely to get out to safety with the CC, and it's not going to be enough for the moment. Somehow, no one dies until the very end. Voice finally goes on down. The shutdown is there, but it's 4 in trade, and it goes disastrously wrong.
A clutch Seeker's arm guard by there from Voice. Keeps him alive in that fight, allows him to pick up so much value before he finally falls. And even with a 1,000 gold shutdown, it is still a 5,000 gold lead near enough still to this Kai'Sa. Yeah, look at
Double
it.
digits.
He's 5,000
Yeah.
clear of anyone.
Yeah. It's absurd. It's absurd. 10k the total gold lead, and Voice is an instrumental part of this team's success, trying to claw this team over the... Not to say the rest of the team's doing bad, they're doing amazing as well. They're just trying desperately to make it towards that playoffs. Look at that ult away again. Finally
He was
falling on
down
down
to
only
6
because...
HP.
Yeah, only because he wanted an extra kill. He did get it at the end of the day. But even still, disastrous situation if you're a fan of this team and want to see them heading towards playoffs. It might get bad, the worst. Wow, my words are just completely whiffing at this point. I'm just trying to make sense of any play the high heel can make to get back into things. Orb is on Azmi. Can land the combo. We saw it work last time and it almost saved them. Almost won them the team fight. Where can they go from here? Looking at the CC, it's perfect for the moment. Mega Inferno Bomb deletes this Camille, and just like that, they are routed. Gonna find even more Voice. Good for one. Pushing Darkness in a bit of trouble over the wall. Gonna fall on down, but it's just ABBA left standing. They're gonna run them down. They're gonna get this soul, and they're gonna look to end this game.
Yeah, it never really felt like it was in much doubt. It was just a domination from start to finish. More than triple the kills of HHS TB right now. My lord. And this isn't even upgraded items, Kaiser. That's the crazy thing. Ornn hasn't even paid out the bonus for the end of the year for this Kaiser.
And look at this combo here, right? The Tempered Fate goes wide, but look at the damage from that Mega Inferno Bomb. And then Voice. It was a great effort from ABBA to land that shockwave, but there's just no follow-up there. Wars tries to get something back, but it's getting really, really dicey. It's basically impossible. It would take a Herculean effort from this team to bring it over the finish line and get them to a tiebreaker. They're not even securing playoffs.
That's exactly it. There's a lot that could come about. Oh, yeah, okay, way to go a little bit there.
Oh, Call of the Forge God going to come on in once more. Danny over the wall, not even. That's immediately going to be burst on down, and just like that, it might be over. Tempered Fate buys a little bit of time, but their fate has been sealed. They're going to run in towards the lane. And they're going to look to end things off here. 29 kills for Amp Enjoyers as they rush down the lane to try and book their tickets towards playoffs.
Yeah, more than 4 times the kills of HHS right now. And an absolute masterclass from Voice. 11, 1, and 7. So an 18 KD for him currently.
Absurd. Absurd gameplay here. Look at the gold. 4k clearing anyone on his team, let alone the opposition here. And they're going to look to start up the Baron. TP from behind. That will be from ABBA because Azmi TP back to base to try and stop the end. Good shockwave that only lands onto one, and that's a bad situation to be in. Eden could be in a bit of trouble. Ultimatum comes on through. That's a 1k shutdown. Turns them off Baron at the very least. But this Ezreal cannot do anything in this situation. Does no damage. The Forge God picks up one, knocks up the other. And they might actually just look to end things off here. Darkness picks up one for good measure. It's just Danny left standing. What can you do in the face of 4? An Infernal Soul in their back pocket. And stacked minion wave. And a very, very tanky 12 kill Kaiser in the back pocket. An ace secured. And will we go on the playoffs?
Some of the most fraudulent damage numbers that I've ever seen on the damage chart in Israel. 20-something thousand, doesn't matter. Unfortunately, has just been brutalized out of this game by a 12, 1, and 10 Kaiser. 22 of 34 kills contributed to by Voice in an absolute masterclass of the bot lane.
And not just Voice, right? In the bot lane, 27 kill or assist here for Darkness on this rel. You know, we were talking about that being potentially, you know, maybe wanting to go for something like the Nautilus. But this rel paid absolute dividends in their success, and they'll be going all the way to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely manhandled. They knew exactly what they needed to get done today. They did exactly that, and it all started off this Kaiser and the rampant acceleration. There was no brake pedal in that car, unfortunately, and well, a lot of roadkill on the road. That's all I can say to describe that game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even from the very start, it was just in their hands. They were winning in that bot lane from early and then just transitioned that all over the map, even in the top lane, right? This Camille that we said, okay, maybe can take over the game, was getting solo killed by an Ornn. I have no words to describe what we just saw.
And consistently down that bot lane, the Kaiser Rel combo just had prior the entire time. Ziggs kept this mid lane completely locked down. Aber could not really leave, could not move, could not do anything because it was just these waves constantly being shoved in. And that is the power of Ziggs. Does crazy clear these waves. So we'll constantly just have that prio. Doesn't allow you any sort of rotations. But we never saw the command shockwave ball delivery system combo really come to anything of merit.
Yeah, there was just no opportunities for them to get that combo online, as I believe we've got Hello on the way to talk back about this game. What do you think about that one, Hello?
Listen, I just had to squeeze in here real quick because, good lord, what a tidal wave. I mean, that's how I want to describe that game, a tsunami, really. I think I was reading the chat and someone said something about, Darkness, and there were a couple missteps from Darkness, but overall, what just a clean performance from every member. I mean, we have to look at voice, obviously. We have to look at voice, but that Pantheon was some of the cleanest map pressure I've seen. Darkness, along with that Pantheon, that map pressure, it just is every angle, every opportunity. Those two players were there and capitalizing on every single time that there was any sort of misstep from the other team there. But I mean, frankly, what did you think? I do want to talk about, you mentioned a couple times the Ziggs. I want to think about that Ziggs. I didn't really see it do an insane amount of performance in lane, but those bombs were putting out damage, were they not?
I think frankly, I saw Aber get hit for nearly 60% of his HP off a single Mega Inferno bomb as they were contesting around that Baron. So
I saw the Camille get half health.
Yeah, it was just a slow burn. Like, I mean, Ziggs, you're going to keep pushing those waves. You're going to take that mid prior. You then can affect the rest of the map from a pretty decent range of that Mega Inferno bomb. So all you have to do is just keep cooking, keep that pressure up. You're always going to have consistent tower pressure because he has that natural execute in the satchel. So unfortunately, Aber had to just be there to sit on the Ziggs.
Yeah, and this is where it all went wrong in the bot lane.
Yeah, these dives were so rough. Would you say, Mercury, that in terms of, as we can sort of see how this bot lane happened, would you say that maybe that's where the problem started for HHS? Yeah. This bot lane is constant dives.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't even just the bot lane. It was the contest on the scuttle that just bought them so much space to work with and ended up giving Voice that double kill, which allowed him to accelerate super fast. And then this right here, I think, was
solo.
Yeah, this was the moment where it was over.
I was screaming at this. Here's a question for you. Let's say this solo goes in the way of Ezreal's favor. Do you think this game goes differently?
No,
maybe a little
bit.
The
rest of the
terribly.
Rift is on fire. Just because you win one solo isn't going to change that. But I'd even argue the problems in bot lane started before the contest on Scuttle because of how far Wars was down. Like, they looked for an early contest. Voice and Darkness came out on top. It got to the point where in the laning phase, there was nearly a 50-60 CS disparity. Like, it was just an absolute shellacking.
Yeah, I really, there's something about this Ezreal champion pick. I have so many, it's not that I have issues with it, but I just always see it. It puts out so much damage, don't get me wrong, but it can never seal the deal. Am I wrong in thinking that? I don't know.
Huh? Absolutely. I mean, again, it's similar to Jhin, where not quite in the exact same reasons that it lacks that success, but it isn't a hyper carry. It needs to be ahead by a significant margin. You need to do a lot to enable it. It's low risk, yes, because it's very rarely going to suffer in lane, but it's also very rarely going to thrive in lane, which is the big problem. So low risk, low reward. And ultimately, it ends up being sort of that slow bleed out more than an actual loss, because you just sit there watching futilely while your bot laner doesn't do the damage it needs to get these kills, and the other team just runs over you.
Yeah, I've got to ask as well, do you think it was maybe related to comps? Because something I did see was, Isle of Man, a couple really good solos from this Ornn, and may I say unexpected solos, especially considering we're in a Camille lane. You know, we're expected to get behind and just be steamrolled for the rest of the game, yet such a good performance. Was that in partly, and I'm looking also at this Vi here, was that in partly because of the comp? Was it a comp diff from the start, or was this decided by the players?
I'd have to put it down to hand stuff. I'm sorry. Isle of Man just played that lane so well. Like, yeah, you could understand a person going into that lane, into that matchup, and just falling behind, because Camille naturally is going to do reasonably well into an Ornn. But Isle of Man just keeps his distance, does his farming, waits for this Camille to overstep its mark, and then pounces.
Yeah, I really did see that. And I do want to point out that some of these command shockwaves were very nice. I don't think I saw once, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if either of you were keeping track, that classic cease and desist Vi engage with the command shockwave. Were there any really big...
There you go, 70% HP gone in a moment because of a Mega Inferno bomb.
There was like one moment in that mid lane that we saw before, but that was the Camille. With that hook shot that made that happen. But even still, they weren't able to. They didn't have the income to have that. You know, the stat differential was just too absurd at that point. They couldn't do anything.
Yeah, there were no and that's the other thing that I sort of wanted to point out was Amp has such a good, almost like a Viper's grip. You know, they held on to this lead, and they pretty much only gave... I don't think there was, besides those couple sort of engages, miscommunications from Darkness, there was not a single point, we've seen a classic, these big Baron throws, the O special, really, the Dragon throws. It was such a Viper's grip over this game, this just dominating gold lead, never faltering. We could take a look at those graphs, and it would just be that mountain growing and growing, the ski slopes.
From 3 minutes 50, the gold lead did not transition back to high-heeled steel-toe boots. And you look at it, you can see the kill score at the end. Of the 8 kills that HHS got, 5 of them were on Darkness, because that was the only target they conceivably killed. The only time Voice died is because he got greedy, went back in for a kill, and ultimately traded with the Israel. Unfortunately, the same is true for Isle of Man. The only time he dies is because he gets the 1v1 against an Israel, and then just gets caught out of the TP. There's just nowhere for him to go.
And then Take Me Back's death was just like the Avengers diving onto him and just burning everything to find some kill.
Yeah, pretty much.
But doesn't it give you a little bit, what it does for me is that, a team like that, when you have a game like this, almost scares me a little, because you iron out those creases, you iron out that greed, that little bit of sort of overconfidence. That is a very well-performing machine. That is a team to watch out for this entire tournament, in my opinion.
Well, technically speaking, I believe that Amp Enjoyers is undefeated, right? Their only loss was that FF in week 1.
Yes.
So we've seen them, and that was against Cat with Sombrero, I believe. So they are, still basically undefeated as we look at that groups here, and they will be going out of this group in that second seed. So I'm really excited to see them going into playoffs.
Yeah, we can see the updated groups here, and honestly, I think HHS really did perform well as well as Forever Blessed, but man, those two teams, Cat with Sombrero and Amp Enjoyers, I didn't, of course, because of that initial early week forfeit, we didn't get to see the full breadth, but Group C, I actually want to ask both of you here. I'll start with you, Panda. Which group? Now, I know the obvious is Group B with the Rich Dynasty, but let's be fair as you can. Which group are you most sort of confident in, I guess I say, for this entire tournament?
Oh, I think at this stage, from what we've seen, I'm leaning more towards Group A, just purely off the back of consistency. Coached by Woodon, have consistently been a powerhouse team. Capybara have consistently been very good. For me, though, the team that I'm most excited to watch, especially off the back of that last game, is Amp Enjoyers. Like, that
Yeah.
is one of the most clinical showings that I have seen on the Rift through this entire tournament. Like, they only gave up anything because they decided to. It was cocky. They got cocky. They're like, yeah, cool, whatever. I'm just going to give over this 1,000 gold shutdown to Israel because it doesn't matter. It is not going to change a damn thing. They surgically dismantled that high-heeled steel toe boot team.
And I think that should I honestly think that should put a lot of fear into every other team that is watching. You know, the only mistakes these guys made were tiny ego mistakes, tiny greed mistakes. They iron those out. You're all in for a tough time. But we're in for a small break time. But we will be back, so stay tuned for the last game. It will be a good one, I promise you that.
Helpless, defeated, holding on to something I've needed. I'm looking for a reason, finding out you're wanting that demon. Helpless, defeated, holding on to something I've needed. I'm looking for a reason, finding out you're wanting that demon. And you took it all away from me. Took it all away.
We are back. And before we get into this next game, I left us at that break on a question aimed at you, Mercury. Now, I asked Panda about which groups out of all the stages he was most interested in. You never gave me your answer, Mercury. Lay it down for me right now. A, B, C, or D? Who do you think has the best shot?
Oh, it's tough because, like, I think it has to be Rich Dynasty, right? 3-0 across the board. Woodon as well. I mean, like, Group A, I would say, on average, is the most stacked of them.
Yeah.
Capybara
absolutely.
and coached by Woodon. Incredibly stacked names. And of course, Ambin Joys as well. They are technically undefeated. Undefeated with an asterisk on their name. However, I'm most excited to get into our fourth and final game of the day.
Yeah,
and of group stage.
Let's take a look. I mean, this is a chance to see maybe this will be your choice, Mercury, as we try and finalize this group stage. UNSW Hal versus Ark and Chingu. We've seen a really good performance from Hal here. Like the past couple games, Jenny Gold in particular versus that coach rank Neferi, Randy Roke as well. Maven, my eyes are on Maven. Panda, who are you looking at this game?
Oh, I mean, I think I have to look to Genie. That was a phenomenal game, and really in a situation where Genie was put under the pump, absolutely stepped up in a pretty big way. So, look, I have to say, UNSW Hal has really earned my respect this tournament. They've been put in some positions where they are super uncomfortable, and they've still stepped up to that line.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to step up for this game because it decides everything. I'll leave it up to you two boys. Get it done. It's going to be a good one.
Thank you, Hallow. Our fourth and final game of the day. The final game of group stage. I can't believe it's already over. Now, this group is nowhere near done yet because if Ark and Chingus win this, it is a three-way tie for first. Right, so everything is on the line for both of these teams here, fighting for their playoffs lives as we head into Champ Select for this game. First band to come on through, it will be that Ambessa once again.
Shock horror? No, not at all. I mean, it's just such a strong pick at the moment. The last thing you want is to be staring down the barrel of an Ambessa, especially when you compare it with so many very strong champions at the moment as well. The downfall, the weakness and the strength of the best of one is one, that you don't get to ban away all that many champions, and two, you just have so much left for you up and available. It's not really that contested. Ashe being taken away from Rendy Roke, that slick Rendy Roke combo of the Ashe Seraphine has been very impressive so far this tournament.
Will be taken away, like you mentioned, so none of those Storm Razor shenanigans that we saw yesterday or even earlier this day. Next band to come on through, it will be that Yunara. So another one of those hyper carries off the board. Leaves that pool a little bit short, right? You've still got the Varus, you've still got the Sivir available. Other than that, you're starting to get into the territory of maybe the Jinx gets picked up. Maybe the other champions like the Caitlyn see play. I'll have to see how it goes. As will be that Sivir taken away.
Okay, so a lot of Pride. That's 3 of 4 bans so far, targeted down to both Pride and Rendy Roke. Yeah, there's still champions up and available that can be played. The Neji Special Draven up and available for either team should they look to bring out the Noxian Executioner, or Noxian Showman, I suppose he is. He's the circus leader of that whole bizarre. I mean, it's an odd situation if you read into the lore. One leads the arena, one is the Executioner for Noxus, and well, they just both got axes. That is their thing. They're axe boys.
Yeah, you'll have to see that synergy coming in from the pair. There's Poppy going to be taken away, and the Udyr. Interesting. I think that might be the first Udyr ban of this tournament. Maybe they know something about Maven and Harpy that we don't know. We'll have to see those as we head into our first pick available. The Poppy, to me, signals that they want to go a very high mobility dash composition, because that Poppy completely negates anything that you want. And Karma first pick.
Not knowing
now, that's an
mobility.
interesting one. Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Yeah. It does. I mean, look, Slick has been very impressive on the Enchanter supports down in that bot lane. So, look, get something strong for him. Enables Rendy Roke to just absolutely put in the hard yards and get things over the line there. But Nautilus in response, Pantheon as well, so already a decent amount of beefy front line. They've got that lockdown as well. They've got a crazy amount of CC. So far, for me, Ark and Jingu gearing up for what will clearly be a very comfortable Kai'Sa game so far.
They are going to chain gank bot on repeat. And with that Sivir gone as well, there isn't a lot of utility at their disposal to get out of the grasp of that Nautilus.
There you go.
Caitlyn, though, does have that dash away with the net, has the traps as well, so a little bit to work with, and it's a good lane as well. The blind Cassante to round out the first round of this draft could potentially see that Rumble come through. That is traditionally the standard counter into it, but for now it will be that Varus to be locked in.
Varus Nautilus with a Pantheon, that's a lot of teamfight capabilities. Cassante, blind is an interesting pick, but again, it's a champion that just survives. It holds on. It's very, very durable and will quite handily take most lanes. They get the Camille out of there, any of those, rogue threats that could make things a little bit difficult matchups, ones that you don't want in this situation, especially given the stakes of this group so far.
Camille and Vi. Bans to come through, Jarvan as well. So they are worried a lot about that engage on towards Prion. Also signals perhaps that they're looking for a less mobile mid lane, perhaps as well.
Potentially Talia. So, Orianna is available. Pantheon.
Ryze is available.
Yeah, so, realistically, you could look for a Malphite angle even in the jungle. I don't know if you're necessarily trying to slot Silas. If you see mid, then I think there is a very good argument to be made for sort of an Orianna Malphite combo for UNSW Hal. But again, that is... okay. So there's a lot of beefy frontline. Nautilus, Ornn, and that Pantheon as well. It's a shame that we just hard locked in that Cassante top lane. Something like a Gwen would get a crazy amount of value this game.
And especially this Caitlyn's going to have a tough time getting through that beefy front line, that's for sure. It does have the range to definitely bypass it a little bit. But the damage is going to rely on that mid lane. It will be the Ari to be locked in here for Genie.
So Ark will have that counter in the mid lane. What do they look to round out this jungle with? What do they want for Marvin? Zaheen. Ooh. Okay, Zaheen top lane into an Ornn, Ari into...
Zaheen jungle.
Zaheen. Oh, no, yeah, it would be Zaheen jungle, you're right. So the Zungle, as people have been referring to it as. But what does Ark want in the mid lane? That's the real question.
Into the Ari as well. Maybe you go Silas? Not entirely sure, but that leaves you very, very low range. It's going to be a difficult situation.
Mel, okay.
It will be the Mel, okay. With the Vi off the table, it's not a terrible situation to be in. Especially in that mid lane. You can hold that W for the charm. It does mean that you do have... You won't have it available for that Q, especially if Genie is landing those pullbacks and do a significant chunk of damage. That's what we've seen, especially in the LCP, a fair amount here. But the comps are rounded out for our final game of group stage. Who do you think's going to win? Say it in chat. We'll try and keep along with it and cheer on your favorite teams as we head into things. This is going to be one for the ages.
All I'm saying is I'm looking forward to the situation where Rendy Roke ace in the holes herself because Ark is playing Mel.
Oh yeah.
So yeah. There is potential shenanigans to be played out here, which is always a fun time.
I think it was last TOR. Might have been in playoffs. Same thing happened, but with a Jhin fourth shot.
Oh joy!
That was reflected back right into his face, and that was a fun moment on the cast. That was I think me and Hallow covered that one. That was fun.
Cheeky invade shenanigans, not something you see every day with the current state of the game and how quickly these waves spawn up. Genie and Ark going to be going at it in the mid lane.
Especially with that W start with the area as well. Output a fair amount of pressure in this lane. Saying a bit of a how do you do with this early damage, trading back and forth. Not expecting too much out of the ordinary here, although Smile definitely looking for some angle. It will hit level 2 first, most likely.
Yeah, hitting that dredge line enables a lot of damage, even for a level 1 Varus. Goes pop in the mid lane.
Genie Gold could be in a bit of trouble. Distortion Might not the distortion, the solar flare rather. Not to find that final proc of illumination. Maybe gets the Q.
Oh, wow.
Oh, barely lives to tell the tale. That comet is
Oh, and
nasty.
that's, yeah, Genie can't leave
And now
because
he's
the wave
trapped
is
on the
crashing
tower.
in.
Yeah,
That's a grim
Was it level
spot.
2?
That's brilliantly played by Ark.
yeah. Hits level 2 now as well. The roots come through. Hang on
Oh,
a moment.
wow.
Might just find the kill. It's first blood, just like that. Easy as you got it.
I mean, the manipulation
Ark.
of the lane there from Ark is
Yeah.
just masterful. Knows full well that if he can interrupt that recall, the wave's going to crash and Genie cannot afford to let that gold stand
Yeah.
and be wasted. So gets a nice early pick for himself. He's up 10 CS to boot. I mean, that is just understanding of your role in your lane to a T.
Yeah, bit of greed, perhaps staying in the minion wave like that from Ark, and it's punished. Does, I believe, get back for that cannon, so not all is lost. And this Ahri, especially in towards that late game, is going to output a significant amount of mobility and damage. Level 3 for this bot lane. Nice Q. Lands onto multiple. Not going to be picked.
dear.
But look at that damage. Is so free with the trap as well. Might look for another one. Barely finds the angle. And Rindy Roke for 2 in this bot lane. One apiece between him and Slick. And they strike back.
Someone agreed. Again, striking. Smile and Prion had flash there. They could have got themselves out of that situation. And Prion even wastes it trying to flash away from Rindy, who just follows it up, still having both summoners available to him. Gets the kill and uses that barrier to
Hang on.
walk himself away from danger.
Spirit could have found the first. The root lands as well, looking for the execute angle. One auto attack will do it, and Spirit will be the one to claim that. Conqueror now stacking for Maven. Almost has the full X. Oh, the revive's not there in time, and Ark picks up another. That's 3 stacks already on the Dark Seal.
They play keep away with the Zaheen, just denying that final stack of the passive that would have enabled the revive. And that one is a mouse smasher if I've ever seen it.
Yeah.
You're in a position, you get the revive up, you got support coming in, so maybe you get away and survive. But no, Ark gets a masterful root off. They get the CC chain, and they just deny him at the very last second.
I don't know exactly how this tiebreaker situation would play out if Ark and Chingu's can actually come out on top here, but 3 teams would be tied at 2-1, right? It's them, it's Rush Hour 4, and it's, yeah. And Skullbullet is 0-3. They've all beaten Skullbullet.
So
it'll be
we did have confirmation on how it works.
Oh,
So
yeah.
if UNSW HAL lose, they need to lose in less than 30 minutes for them to take the tiebreaker, apparently.
Lose in less than 30 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
I think
Oh, no,
it's
sorry.
doable.
So they have to survive longer than 30 minutes. Sorry.
oh,
so
yeah,
if,
yeah. I
if
was
they
gonna say
lose
that
in less
didn't
than
sound
30
right, yeah.
minutes, they will be eliminated and Ark will go into playoffs. So they
Okay.
need to drag this game out till the bitter end.
And I mean, you've got a Cassante, you've got Zahen who's only going to continue to stack up, as well as that Caitlyn who's going to continue to output damage once that Hex Optics comes online. They have a decent chance of dragging it out past 30 minutes. Never mind, I cast a curse them again, I guess. That's another kill in the bot lane. The flash from Spirit to secure it. And they're going to hand that one over to the jungler as well. 2 kills for this Pantheon. Going to get close towards this Sundered Sky already.
Yeah, I mean, great progress. 500 gold lead there. 1.3k in the mid at 5.5 minutes is just nothing to turn your nose up at. Luckily, though, I mean, Maven is making the most of this opportunity, is trying to steal away some of that jungle, but look at the control that Ark has over this lane. Oh, jungler fighting.
Has the upgraded smite now. Forced
Oh,
to
boy.
flash, though, and Ark has the ult to work with. Who's going to find the first? Just rushes right in his face. Doesn't even need the ult. The ghost is good enough. Turns him into a ghost. Now that's
Genie.
5 kills.
Thanking his
side of
lucky
Ark.
stars that he didn't throw the
Yeah.
charm out there, because that would have been a dead Ahri to boot.
Where do they even go from here at this point? All out in the top lane, so you can't really gank there. But Spirit quite close towards that Grand Starfall. Even make more happen across the map here. Chemtech is online. These are options at Maven's disposal, but prior to this Triforce is going to be quite weak overall.
Absolutely. But as it stands, I mean, a 1,500 gold lead at 6.5 minutes is not insurmountable, but it's the XP differential that is the big problem, of course. Yeah, look, you're finding those levels where you can, but Ark having the lead that he does and continuing to have that lane dominance that he does, he's 21 CS up, 2 kills over his lane opponent. That is not a lead that is going to close itself.
No. And then the question becomes, where do they find that angle? Maybe in the bottom. Windy Rogue has a significant gold lead. It's building up towards this first item. Maybe you can look to find something down here, but it is a rough situation. Especially with Starfall just about online.
Oh dear. Oh, they might look for a fight here. I don't know if they want to take it though.
Mantra Q does a fair amount of damage, but they still don't know about the position of this dragon at this point, so they can't really engage onto that. They're going to have to hand it on over, which is not great, especially like this entire team would very much like some extra heal and shield power, some extra tenacity. Not going to be at their disposal as the solo bolo in the top lane. He goes all out and it works for him. Henry falls on down as Happy picks that one up.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough situation. I mean, you'd think 2 tanks in the top lane is just going to be a bit of a slap fight. They just hit each other. Cassante very quickly turns from a tank into a bit of a power threat of his own. Once that all that comes out into the bot lane.
Grand Starfall to come on through. They line it up and they strike him down in an instant. They're going to hand the other one over. The Spirit for good measure. That's 2 kills for free. And they're going to continue to push into this bot lane and eradicate that tiny gold advantage they once had.
Yeah, just absolutely continuing this beatdown process. Finding pick after pick, kill after kill. And look at it, Genie just can't even stand toe to toe. Has components at best. Actually, can we get gold totals? I want to see just how much how much of a struggle this Ari's in right now.
Oh, that's
rough.
rough.
My god.
That is rough.
Yeah, that's grim for Genie. We've got 2 supports on the Rift, unfortunately, it feels like.
4 plates down at 9 minutes is I think rough is an overstatement.
Genie proven very capable at times throughout this tournament, but unfortunately, Ark is just having one of those games where they've turned it on, found the lead, and are just looking to keep that pressure on.
Okay, Cryon maybe in a bit of trouble here. Forced forward, never mind. He's not even in the threat of trouble.
Lord.
Flash away as well. One Q almost lands, but the flash is forced out and trade. Gets the better of them in the 1v2. And now, I mean, this bot lane went from bad to worse. This Bork is almost complete at 10 minutes.
Yeah, deceptive. I don't even know what you
Oh
can put.
No!
Oh,
he
dear.
lands it again. Might get the plate for
Unfortunately.
himself as well. Doesn't manage to, but even still, that's 9 kills. 9 kills at 10 minutes here for Ark and Chingus. Remember, 30-29 is the key number. If Ark and Chingus can win out in faster time than that, they will secure playoffs.
So now it is just try and turn the tide. If you are UNSW Hell, try and find some avenue back in, or if you can't, just try and hold on to the bitter end.
And smart from Henry as well to go this this protoplasm build that we've seen pop up. You know, Inspired showed it off in the jungle as well. You go these really cheap items on ore because you get those extra stats anyway. And these support items are relatively gold efficient for what they actually have. So even if you are behind like you are in this lane, you are still able to output almost equal to what you would otherwise.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a grim spot to be in, especially, you know, it seems that people keep underestimating this on-hit Varus, which, I mean, again, for a good while, we just didn't see it at all, but now it is just the go-to, and it is just handily winning these matchups.
Absolutely, it is. minute online until that Mountain Drake. That is going to be the key moment here for the Howl. Trying desperately to make something work. Ark could be in a bit of trouble. Never mind, the ult is there. That's one kill for free. The charm hits and does slow. The Ark might be in a bit of trouble. Uses the W, tries to flash away from it, but that's one kill for this Ahen. The shutdown is clean and might end up winning out in this trade with the fully stacked. Now, it'll just be the 1-for-1. Still 11 kills on the board as Slick dies bot. The side of Ark and Chingus.
Oh, yeah, it's a rough gig being an Enchantress support. Yeah, just the fadeaway charm, the difference maker there.
Across the board, Luden's Echo completed with the new way to play Mel after those nerfs / changes. That Q, the burst from it is just so deceptively strong. Just tapping onto that as much as possible is going to be crazy here. Maven will get the upgraded Smite first. This dragon about to come up here. 2 points away for Spirit, so there will be the advantage if Howl choose to contest this. We'll have to see. Spirit clearing vision for now. Trying to start things up. Looks like they're just going to give it. Maven's towards top. He's not going to contest it. It'll just be a
Slicker's
free...
considering shenanigans. They get the ward down, but I think it's too little too late. Unfortunately.
HQ buys a little bit of extra chip, but
Horn.
can't get
I hear
much
the
else
horn.
done.
Nothing
I did
happened.
hear that. He's quite high health, so I don't exactly know why he used that.
I think it was just to dissuade any sort of aggression
yeah.
more than anything.
It's like one of those, like, marking his territory. We'll say that. Oh my
okay.
god!
Ark has just had Genie's number this game.
Just drops the sledgehammer on it. That is
dear.
disgusting damage. 4 kills on this Mel. 12 in 14 minutes, basically. And they're looking for even more because Slick is pushing up even further forward. Lands the chain. See the Comet Spear. Not going to be enough. Maybe a bit out of position now because Maven is here. Forces the flash. Smile could be in a bit of trouble.
Here
The
comes Ark.
depth charge is here. Okay, the TP come on through from Happy. Might find the kill on Spirit as well. So a bit of an overextension from the side of Ark, and they lose so much for it.
The blue curse, it seems, continues.
Yep.
But, I mean, it's reduced it down to a 1900 gold lead. Got some much needed economy back in pocket. A bit of an egregious overextension down on that bot side. And again, my god, look at it.
Barely hits the angle for the snare. As absurd. And then yeah, here just a little bit of positive gameplay is what we call this from Spirit Smile. Leads to 3 deaths that were pretty otherwise avoidable, I should say. Remember as well, Ark need to win this cleanly. It's not just enough to win this. They need to win it cleanly. They need to win it in another 14 minutes?
Yep.
Just about. If they have any hope of securing that playoff spot. So still got to be kept front and center of the mind for these players.
It's crazy. Ark is 5 levels up on Slick right now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like, that is just how accelerated this Mel is in the mid lane.
He's ahead of the top laners who have the role quest that gives them extra experience.
Oh, they want to fight this.
So,
I don't know if they should.
yeah, I don't think they can fight it, especially with Windy Rogue that far away. So we'll go on over. Might look to drop it towards that top lane soon. Looks like they will be going to Henry. Going to continue to farm up in that bot lane, close towards that masterwork online soon. Happy could be in a bit of trouble. Teammates on the way, but not soon enough. Reflects the knockback right into his face, and Happy, probably not happy after that one. They're going to pick up another tower
My goodness.
for good measure.
Oh, wow.
Maybe finds something. Good flash. Secures the kill just like that, as easy as you'd like it. And Prion's good for it. They've doubled the kills at 16 minutes and Arc strike back.
Listen, absolute manhandling again on the Rift. Double the kills, 3.3k gold lead, halfway to Soul with that Hex Tech. Dragon number 3, a minute 20 away, of course.
Whoa.
I mean, it has ebbed and flowed.
That's
It
rough
has
to
felt
look
like
at.
At times, there are ways back in. But I think it relies on getting a decent amount of gold onto Rindy and Jean at this point.
It's a rough time for this team. Watching perhaps their playoffs slip away from them despite being undefeated so far. See if they can do it though. 3k gold lead in the mid lane is absurd.
Absolutely. Now a 6 level lead. Slick has not found that time to get that experience. Not that it really matters. It's not going to make the biggest difference if you've got that level, the levels as a support Karma in this matchup.
Even hunting for something to work with here. However, Arc is on the way towards the mid lane. Has that Ghost available with the Dragon up soon. Probably looking for a pick to start things off and secure this soul point cleanly.
Ghost proto belt on the Mel as well, so it's a crazy amount of mobility on a champion that is already reasonably mobile.
2 seconds until Chain of Corruption is up. Practically everything at Arc and Chingu's disposal here for this fight. Henry takes a lot of damage. Will be forced off for the time being. Dragon going to be started here. Call of the Forge God still available. 5k on the Dragon. Charm going to go on wide. Going to split the fight with that ult. Immediately forces it on in. Look at the ult from the jungler from Maven, but immediately burst on down and revived just as quickly. That's another kill on over towards Arc with the ult. Maven in trouble, needs to find something amazing root and just finishes them off with the Bellows Breath. And Arc is a demon in this fight.
Brian managing to heal through all of it does 100 less damage than the Mel. 10,000 damage between the two of them. And watch Brian through this fight. They're just sitting in the back, throws out that piercing arrow, gets jumped on by Maven. But all the while, he's got targeted out by Genie as well. Stacks up the lethal tempo and just starts ripping and tearing through everyone that he possibly can. Chews through this Cassante that is meant to be that big beefy frontline. Unfortunately, when the all-out gets popped, he's no longer that tanky. And a masterful play in that team fight from Ark and Chingas.
And Rindy Roke was sort of like their one hope in the early game. Had those kills, has the Collector now, needed to find something, but just didn't have access to the backline, had to spend the entire fight hitting a Nautilus.
Yeah, not the ideal target by any stretch of the imagination. But
19
you
kills.
kind of got to do what you can.
19 minutes. 10 minutes is all they need to hold on for. Got to imagine how they're thinking about that as a win con to make themselves, to give themselves that berth into playoffs, but it's still a long way away. 4 minutes on that Dragon Soul. If Ark and Chingus can find it, they could just secure qualification into the top 8. Continuing to stack things up now though, buying their time. Dusk and Dawn almost online here for Prion. The Medjai's is at 10 stacks for Ark, and this is the key.
Just a lack of vision here. Bow is such a problem. Oh, Maven.
Chain of Corruption lands onto one, gets the ult out. The Grim Deliverance delivers him from safety, but not for much longer. The damage from the Scorch Claw is enough to secure that kill. And now 20 on the board at 20 minutes. They're going to go for the Baron. Uncontested. And they're going to set themselves up for the next 4 minutes.
Averaging a kill a minute now at this point. Ark and Chingus. It's just phenomenal stuff. And 7 of those 20 in the hands of this monstrous Mel, who is working well towards that Shadow Flame. 1,100 gold.
1,100.
Genie's done a good job of
crazy.
clawing it back, but it's still nearly 4,000 the difference.
Yeah. It's a whole item ahead at this point. Sure has the Leandris, has the Blackfire, but lacking that ult, that ult haste from Malignance. This burn needs to have some impact. It just hasn't so far. 1 and 5 on this Ahri. Dragon setup continues as they push out these lanes.
And it's not from outside interference, honestly. It hasn't really been because Spirit has been there helping Ark put that pressure onto Genie. It's been a solo effort, essentially. Just completely dominating that matchup. And with the Baron buff, they're just going to keep ramping up these lanes. Well, Happy.
Look at that tower damage.
On the top side does have the TP.
3 plates gone just like that. Happy needs to find something. There's no real ward to flank and find something here, as that's another kill onto Maven. And they are going to rush on through. There's no flank potential. That's a Farsight all the way behind them. Nice charm. A fair amount of damage on towards Cryon, but they will block the rest of it all. And it doesn't even break the Iron Solari at this point. They push in towards the bot lane. They want to get a little bit more before they back off, but it might have been a little bit over-aggressive from Smile there, especially with a minute left till that soul point spawns. Ark as well, going way too far forward here, and that's a 1k shutdown for no reason. They hand them over just like that, and Genie is landing charm after charm. They find 3 for free, just about. Henry might live. Tell the tale that Protoplasm is very, very nice. But even
Very
still,
to step that far forward.
very odd.
With so much standing gold. Luckily it does go to Desante old Prior. That's Maven picking up a shutdown.
And he'll be dead before Hextech spawns. Until after Hextech spawns, so no chance of really contesting this, and this is running down the timer.
Yeah, I mean, they were in a great spot. All they had to do was hold. They were in a winning position, but they've just given over nearly 2,000 gold in shutdowns.
2 items on the line for this Ornn. They're not going for the dragon until just now. Ark is here. Spirit as well. They've been trapped in the pit. He's not able to stack up this revive just yet. Call of the Forge God, ready and available. Charm goes wide. Who lands who first? In towards the pit, 2k. They're not going to contest it. Will be secured. Looking for the depth charge on towards the back line. Needs to find something. Forge God lands on towards all 5, and that's 1 dead instantly. There's a second, and they give it up for free to turn this fight. Now what can they do with it? Grand Starfall into mid lane, but a nice trap rather will secure at least an escape for now, but you're walking through the jungle. This is Spirit's territory. The flash just to secure it at the end of it all. A Comet Spear will likely finish it off. Should do.
Surely.
The
90 caliber there. Oh, he's fancy feeding. Surely there's no way. Yeah, Spirit's
walking
just
back
gonna
into
run
the jungle.
down Rindy. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. The final Comet Spear finishes it off. They continue to push towards this mid lane. No outward, complete dominance without that Hextech Soul just yet. Smile's probably going to fall on down. Crion's in a lot of trouble with that Grim Deliverance coming on in. Another kill, not just yet, on towards Slick. Lives for just a moment before the ult comes through. Nice snare. Drops Maven into the revive, rather. And they are just scrapping desperately their tournament lives on the line here for Howl.
Yeah. Again, a little bit of an overstep. Just a bit too confident in a situation where they arguably had no right to be. And it will come back to bite them. They will have to back off for the time being. And reset themselves up for that push.
Chaos here on the Rift for our final game of group stage, and we wouldn't have it any other way. Continuing to push things out, build up these items. 3 on the board for Happy. The IE now completed for Rindy. I must say, Maven has been, despite a few of those deaths, has really been the difference maker in keeping them in this tournament.
That's exactly it. Just trying to make sure that they don't give up. And that final step at the time is quickly dwindling. If they're going to lose, they can't afford to let it happen without 4 odd minutes passing. They just need to hold for that much longer if they're to fall. And they would win that tiebreaker.
30-29. Number to keep an eye on. Just a few more minutes is all they need. Try and push on in towards this Baron. Maybe contest it. Maybe find the steal. Another upgrade to come on through. More gold at their disposal. Gonna start things up. They do a lot of damage towards this Baron. Just Henry playing defense though, and they're not going to commit towards it yet. They're just going to buy some time. Call of the Forge God lands only on towards Happy. Maybe they can find something. Grand Starfall, push on in. This is their moment. Can they secure it? Immediately Spirit goes almost down. The shutdown secured. Grim Deliverance, hang on a moment. This might be it. Trying to push on in even further. Ark lives to tell the tale. Genie, good for one. Maven finds another as well. Pushes the ult, sends it right back, but that might be it. The charm connects from Genie Gold, and they stay alive.
Just biding their time, waiting it out, forcing Ark and Chingus into an egregious overstep. And they just bait them into the prime time, and you look at it. All of this attention paid to Happy. They were focused on him. Call the Forge God only lands onto the Cassante. Starfall. Unfortunately, there's a Cassante splitting the difference. And they just can't close that gap to find the damage. And then boom, suddenly that turnaround play. Everything is there. Prion is stacked on top of the team. And that front line is just completely destroyed. And Ark, unfortunately, they were just not in the right position. It was an egregious overstep.
And it was an overstep. I feel like it was of desperation, right? They know that this timer is running short. They know they have to make something happen now. With less than 2 minutes to secure this win. It is slipping through their fingers. Especially after such an incredible early game. The resilience of Hal to try and claw things back. And even still, they're not out of the woods just yet. They could potentially 3-0 this group.
That's exactly it. And this is that resilience that has allowed them to really do some impressive stuff through this tournament. And if they can keep holding on, it might not end just yet.
Soul secured. Out a minute exactly. They need to go for something now if they want to eliminate Howl from playoffs contention. The TP towards mid lane. They've got the soul to work with. Look at the traps buying time. Ark is chunked to half health already. What can they do at this point? It's slipping through the cracks.
30 seconds. There's not enough time. If Hal lose,
there might not be enough time for the Forge God. They're going on in, and Ark falls down just like that as well. Charm blocked, but there might not be enough. They're just going to ace him just about. Spirit and Henry, the last left standing for the moment, and they're going to fall like flies. And not only will they not go silently into the night, they might end this all.
Well, I mean, look, 10 seconds, and irregardless of the
They've
result,
got Baron.
it doesn't matter. Irregardless of the result from this point on, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. Unfortunately, the opportunity has slipped away from Ark and Chingus. They cannot win off that tiebreaker alone. And so UNSL will all but guarantee to make it through to that bracket, that qualification bracket, the top 8. Now it's just a matter of where they qualify into that bracket.
30 seconds left on this Baron. They are rushing it down. There is no one but this Nautilus to defend. The depth charge tries to find something. And what a comeback as Howl go 3-0 in this group and secure their playoffs spot.
From a lane that started completely under the pump against this Mel. Genie Gold soloed out by this Mel. But the sheer resilience to hold in the face of overwhelming pressure has allowed this collegiate crew to dominate Group D here in the Oceanic Resurrection Tournament.
Talk about a way to end off the group stage. Ark and Chingu's played so incredibly well, but at the end of the day, the resilience of this university squad brings them over the line. We've got Hallow coming in a moment. I need you to unpack everything that we just saw.
Okay. This team had a bomb. They were desperately trying to defuse a bomb in time. They had, what was it exactly? Was it 30?
29.
30 minutes, 29 seconds.
29. And you could see each individual bead of sweat dropping from their forehead as that timer just got more and more and more. And you started seeing the little slips, the cracks
the desperation
in their beautiful mental. Yes, because they just knew they were out of time. And I think it was that Baron. It was around that Baron. We also saw Ark move up just a little bit too far, getting caught in the bot lane, specifically by that Cassante. That just spelled such a disaster. But what you said of holding on, they were a shield wall. UNSW Hal, what are they? What are the Legion of Rome holding on
Phalanxes,
for dear life, and not just sort of turtling, but turtling and poking their snapping turtle, snapped away, taking out the win. We got 2 lanes. We had Genie Gold TPing in top lane. They took out 2 lanes. The turnaround on that game. I was seeing these Mel. Let's just talk a little bit about this Mel. I mean, look on the screen right now. This champion is absurd. Panda, how many solos were there solely by this Ark? I mean, was it crazy?
4, potentially. Yeah, I think 4 by the end of it. It was ridiculous numbers. But again, not only was that disrespected, but several points throughout the game was the Varus disrespected. Luckily, though, it just seems that coordination-wise, Hal were the better team. Just undeniably, their team fighting was so much better when that trigger got pulled. Whereas Ark and Chingus played the individual game so very, very cleanly. And unfortunately, if it was just a 1v1, Ark and Chingus would have walked away the victors here. But it is a 5-man game at every single moment. Even if you are in lane phase, there are still 4 other members of the team that are playing towards that victory.
Yeah, and honestly, in terms of every single player playing so well, UNSW Hal really embodied that. I want to talk about Maven for a second.
Yeah.
Something that I was paying really specific attention to was those Grim Deliverances. They put out, there's a couple Dragon fights, 1 Baron fight. He was hitting a 5-man ultimate, putting out 2.5k damage just in a split second. And, you know, it's hard to realize how much time, space, and zoning is bought from those reborns, that revive passive, and the amount of just inherent zoning that it forced Ark and Chingu to push away. Even in some of these ganks, a really, really beautiful performance from Maven. I also want to mention, listen, at the start, I thought Slick maybe was pushing a bit too far, but what did you think about Slick personally, Mercury?
Oh, I think Slick had a bit of a rough game overall, but I think definitely played the role that this Karma was supposed to play. Right, wasn't ever going to be this like flashy, doing lots of damage, landing the engage, but the shield that's slow from the Mantra Q, just so incredibly impactful in this game. I think at the end of it all, though, it was that charm on mid lane from Genie Gold that allowed Maven to get that shutdown, that really allowed Maven to accelerate and allow him to contest in these situations, especially around that 4th dragon, and that was what really allowed them to make that comeback.
Yeah, I just think it was so, like, seeing a comeback as, like, we can look at the screen right now, look at these, just coordination, look at these, a stomp by the likes of Ark and Chingu here. Come back from this is frankly absurd. It really is. And I actually want to point out something in terms of, we look at the top lane on this Cassante, something that was going on a lot of these fights. A lot of really key ultimates were being used on this Cassante, and nothing was being saved for the rest of this team. I want to ask you, Panda, Was there any team fight in particular that you thought that this Cassante just soaked the most?
Here, right here. I mean,
Yeah.
they draw Ark and Chingu's. Actually, no, not even this one. It's the next one in that same choke point, ironically enough. But they soak so much damage. But the thing that I think ultimately led to success here for UNSW Hell is one, this fight that we're about to see. It's not even a fight. It's just
here
an
it is.
egregious overcommitment from
Ran
Smile.
in.
That then
Ark
leads
here.
into Ark overextending for some bizarre reason. Getting caught out, giving
I
a
don't
massive
know.
shutdown. Yes, look, it's
Why did
over
she-
to a Cassante. It's not the biggest champion to give that shutdown to, but they then transition it into that kill onto Prion as well. So they start that economy rolling back in their own favor. But the thing on top of that is this Hal roster actually does a deceptively massive amount of AoE damage. So in a choke point, that Orb Deception with the Piltover Peacemaker, with Maven coming through as this Zaheen, it's actually a crazy amount of turnaround damage if they can force them into a choke point. I mean, yeah, look, you've got this Mel that is just blowing people up, but we're about to see that fight in a minute or so. The Mel doesn't even get there. The Mel doesn't actually get there in time to pump that damage out because his team's already dead.
Yeah. I do think this has been a real, like, ignoring, and I know how stupid it is to sound, ignoring how well the players played personally. This is a beautiful team comp. It really is. UNSW Howl, everything, every sort of piece worked so well together. I never really saw, in a lot of these winning team fights, I always saw Genie coming in, at that perfect moment and getting that here. This is the team fight. We all watch your look at these ultimates. Varus ult used, Nautilus ult used, everything was used.
He just gets out
on
for free
this
with the ult
Cassante.
out.
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that
But everything is used.
absolutely
And you
crazy?
look at Ark, he actually doesn't get a single spell off because he's just desperately trying to get past his teammates who are all fat because they're all tanks. And he just can't get in a position to do the damage. They're so overextended. They blow, Chains of Corruption, Call of the Forge God, everything, the Starfall as well. And all that happens is suddenly Spirit is well overextended. The rest of the team is desperately trying to keep up with two bulky dudes in a narrow choke, corridor. Prion can't get there. Ark can't do the damage. By the time they actually get into range to do that damage, the fight has turned and UNS Hell just steamroll over them. It's a brutal situation, but credit to UNSW Hell who showed that resilience. I mean, that is true tenacity.
Absolutely. I think in the face of, I think in those couple earlier fights, we were looking at something like a 7k gold lead. And you're telling me that these players down 7k gold hold their mental, specifically I want to call out Genie Gold here, to be soloed that many times, to be down that much gold. I think it was you in particular, Panda, you said something along the lines of Ark is 5 levels ahead of Slick at some point. There was like something of a 5-level lead equal to that top lane level quest. I mean, just keeping your cool, keeping your calm against those odds is it should be congratulated in of itself. As we take a look at the group stage now, what are we looking at here? The finalized group stage. Now these teams will be going on to the playoffs. We have, coached by Woodon, Team Capybara from Group A, and from Group B, Rich Dynasty and La Passion. From Group C, Cat with Sombrero and Amp Enjoyers. And finally, Group D, UNSW Howl and Rush Hour 4. Really quick though, besides ignoring just these, really well-deserving teams, did you expect UNSW Howl to put on a performance like that tonight?
Not after the first 5 minutes. I'll say that much. I mean, we sort of touched on it, but credit to Ark and Chingu's, even in this loss, they played so incredibly well. Across the board, every single one of these players put their heart into this game, and they just fell short at the end, right? That desperation creeping in, and it just led to some blunders. But other than that, looked like, I hope to see them in future TOR tournaments because they put on an amazing show.
Do you think, Panda, in your opinion, do you think if they didn't have this time constraint, if they weren't under this amount of pressure, does that game go differently?
Yes and no. It's hard to say. Obviously, I can't speak to what's going on in the players' heads unless I go and talk to them, and I've got other things that I need to do after this game, so it'll be something we find out at a later date. But, if you look at that, because it was something that was lurking in the back of the mind. You look at that situation, UNSW held down, 7k gold. They beat Rush Hour 4 They ended the group 3-0, having won that game against Rush Hour 4 in the exact same situation. They were getting steamrolled. They waited. And look, it wasn't as long a steamroll. And then they turned that tide and they butcher Rush Hour 4. And so that was just something sitting there. And I think I did a bit of a discredit to the team not actually talking on that point throughout that game, because the signs were there. The coordination, the team fighting for UNSW Hal was crisp. It was so clean. They stacked up exactly where they needed to be, where you could see that desperation eking in. So you'd imagine, I think, of the two teams, it probably affected ARC more than it affected UNSW Hal, that time constraint. And you could see that desperation starting to work its way in, because they knew that if they were to get it done, they needed to get it done quick. Unfortunately, they were just unable to. And the fact that they were in control of that game for as long as they were and were just not able to shut that door on this roster with a Varus that was hitting like a truck, with a Mel that was two-shotting your support. Like, Slick was there 1 second, then gone the next. Like, it was explosive damage. But for my money, I think it was their own undoing. They got in their own heads over that time constraint, and then they just started forcing these mistakes. And UNSW Hal, ice cold, keeping it level, knowing full well that all they had to do was wait for that opening.
Yeah, I think that is a perfect description of these high tier games. Mental is one of the most important things. Communication and mental. You can have the best skills. You can be the best Mel player on the planet, but communication and mental, keeping your calm, keeping your cool, is so important. But what a crazy game to end these group stages off, fellas. I mean, it sucks that this is the last time that we'll have these group stages, but what is exciting is we will be going into the playoffs. I want everyone to be extremely hyped for that. I would also like you, if possible, go chuck on Twitter a follow to the Oceanic Res. If you'd like to see any of these games, follow the YouTube or the Twitch. These VODs will be uploaded as quickly as possible. But at least from us tonight, thank you so much for joining me, Mercury and Panda. It has been an absolute dream. I hope everyone has a lovely week, and join us next time for the playoffs. You're not going to want to miss them. Good night.